Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir. Good morning, Hilge, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I would like to join.
Yes, sir. Thank you so
Okay.
much, sir. Thank you.
Poonam madam is helping me. I am
Yes.
completely illiterate.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
टिळक साहेब आलेले दिसतात.
Hoy, hoy.
Yes, sir. We'll start now. A very good morning to one and all. Excellencies, distinguished guests, learned delegates, students, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of our beloved principal, the Honorable Dr. R. A. Shinde, sir, Dr. M. Ali, sir, Professor in charge, Dr. N. U. Deshpande, madam, Conference Secretary and Head of Commerce Department, Professor M. Samudre, sir, Head of Management Department, Dr. V. S. Zadav, madam, Head of Computer Department, and all the VP fraternity. A warm welcome to everyone connected here to witness this international virtual conference. I'm pleased to inform myself as Dr. Deepa Patil, and I'm really delighted to be the host to today's international conference along with my co-host, Professor Rajini Shinde, madam. I'm grateful to all the resource persons, teacher community and student community connected with us from various prominent institutes across the nation and the world for taking off time from their busy schedule to register and participate enthusiastically in this virtual conference. Encouragement, enthusiasm and excellency are the major aspects of the Institute. With an objective of encouraging the spirit of research and innovations, BP Institute of Management Studies and Research, Sangli, feels proud to host this international conference on implication of COVID-19 problems and consequences. The outbreak of COVID-19 has impacted nations in an enormous way. This COVID-19 pandemic affected the manufacturing and the services sector, such as hospitality, tours and travels, healthcare, retail, banks, hotels, real estate, education, health, IT sector, recreation, media, and others. The economic stress has started and will grow rapidly. While we are all counting down the days to return to a world after Corona, we need to be aware that parts of the society will remain permanently changed. This is not to say we are facing a full reset. Rather, life after the virus will be altered by dozens of new tweaks and adjustments. Many of these changes will become immediately the new normal, with people adapting quickly to the different ways and different approaches impacting their lives. With fears of new recession and final collapse, financial collapse, today's international conference intends to understand the implications of COVID-19, review the latest thinking and research insights from our professionals from across the nation and around the world, and work together to build back better and secure our future on this planet. We, the VP fraternity, take great pleasure to extend to you a warm welcome to the International Virtual Conference on Implication of COVID-19 Problems and Consequences. Let me tell you, delegates, we also have live streaming of the conference on YouTube channel as well. We would just share the link through chat box. So please, you can just share this link to your friends, whoever is interested. Coming towards the welcoming the guests who are present here for today's conference. Today at this international conference, we feel privileged to have an esteemed chief guest, Sri Chandrasekhar Tilak sir, ex-president NSDL Mumbai among us. Thank you so much sir for being here. A warm welcome to today's event's guest of honor, Dr. V.M. Hilde sir, trustee at Seaside World Kolhapur. Thank you so much sir. Very pleased to welcome conference chairperson Dr. R.S. Kamath madam. Thank you madam. Madam is associate professor at Seaside Kolhapur under Department of Computer Studies. Also delighted to welcome Dr. M.M. Ali sir, ex-director Seaside Kolhapur and currently deputed as the professor in charge at VPIMSR as the conference co-chairperson. Thank you sir for being here. I also welcome session coordinator Dr. N.U. Deshpande madam, head of Commerce Department, VPIMSR Sangli, who has toiled day and night to arrange this conference. Thank you so much, madam. Very happy to welcome Dr. Kavli Subramanian, Dr. Nitya Ramachandra, Dr. Christina Kotra madam, Dr. Ankit Katrodia, Dr. Jamaluddin Hashim, Dr. Ashish Dave, Dr. Manish Bansal, Dr. B.P. Sabre, Dr. C.A. Shivare sir, trustee Seaside Kolhapur, who are all connected here. Also, a very warm welcome to Dr. Mizo Matsu and Dr. Mahesh Gopte from Osaka, Japan. A warm welcome to Inamda sir, retired librarian of Watson College of Engineering. Thank you so much, everyone. We are honored to have you all for this virtual conference. I also extend a warm welcome to all the teacher community and student community present over here. Now, in the presence of all the dignitaries and delegates, we proceed for the virtual lamp lighting ceremony as a tribute to Mother Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge. बुद्धिरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः. Thank you. Before we get the ball rolling, we will have a glance of a short video of our institute. Please.
The Institute, Patil Institute of Management, is established in the year 1984 under the noble guidance of our founding father, late Professor Dr. A.D. Shilesar. He hails from a very humble background and he was the first professor of commerce in Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He was also a dean of commerce for almost 1 decade. Here he was an acting Vice Chancellor of Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Our institute is approved by the Government of Maharashtra and recognized by All India Council of Technical Education, New Delhi. Also, it has a permanent affiliation with Shivaji University. The institute is re-accredited by NAC with GPA of 3.16, securing A grade in the second cycle. The vision and mission statement of our institute is in line with outcome-based education. The institute works on principles of 3 E's, that is, enrichment, engagement, and environment. Our institute offers 10 different programs at PG, UG, and diploma level. Nearly 800 students have been enrolled at various programs in the 3 departments, that is, the commerce, management, and computer application. Institute also offers 19 different programs through its IGNO Study Center, which is located in the Institute's premises. Institute is having collaboration with IIT Bombay, Stuart University, and ECS for different value-added and add-on courses. The institute is having highly qualified and experienced teaching staff. The curriculum is deployed by the faculty through Moodle as e-learning platform and as a learning resources with the state-of-art facilities like video conferencing hall, ICT-enabled classrooms, 5 computer labs, language laboratory, management laboratory, and auditorium hall. Recently, management lab has been equipped with Alexa for effective teaching learning process. Wi-Fi facility is also available in the institute. The conventional chalk and talk method is supplemented by extensive use of ICT, role plays and group discussions, industrial, food and industrial projects, seminars, workshops and guest lectures, case studies, mini and major projects, and collaborative learning. Our library, which is one of the biggest assets, is having a rich collection of books, reference books, periodicals, journals, e-resources with subscription through English. Similarly, the institute also takes care of career of its students, and hence we have entrepreneurship development cell for promoting entrepreneurship spirit among the students. Coaching for competitive examination is also provided by the institute. Career development cell to guide the students for placement activities and choosing right career path. Currently, the institute is having the placement ratio of 80%. The extension and outreach activities such as village adoption are carried out through NSS and other clubs and associations. NSS camps are organized in slum areas, villages for creating awareness about various social and environmental issues. Social surveys are carried out by the NSS volunteers and postgraduate students to study their current status. The institute has certain healthy practices. Among these, to name a few, every year we carry out various audits such as academic audit, administrative audit, gender audit, and green audit. Institute is also undertaking green initiatives in order to minimize carbon neutrality. The Institute, Sundar Patel Institute of Management, is established.
Thank you. Today's chief guest, Sri Chandrasekhar Tilak sir, our guest of honor, Dr. B.M. Hilge sir, President Dr. N.N. Ali sir, our keynote speaker, Dr. Kabali Subramanian from Arab Open University, Muscat, our guest speaker, Dr. Christina Kautra from Abu Dhabi University, UAE, President Dr. R.A. Patil, who is our patron and trustee, all the participants, delegates who have participated from every corner of India, students, research scholars, and my VP family. Warm welcome to all. On behalf of VPIMSR Sangli, as a conference secretary, I, Dr. Neeta Deshpande, welcome you all and take this opportunity to speak to this distinguished audience. We are hosting the 6th International Conference on Implications of COVID-19, Problems and Consequences. The pandemic has sent shockwaves through the global economy. People are worried about their lives and livelihoods. Many businesses are either closed or waiting for customers to return. Governments are stretching their spending capacity and the stability of financial system is threatened. The developing countries have been hit hard by the pandemic. These countries are experiencing a perfect storm of external shocks, including falling exports, sharp capital outflows, lower receipts from the remittances, and the lower tourism earnings. At the same time, governments in developing countries have very limited resources to respond to the crisis. Considering this pandemic situation and its impact on the different areas, we have purposefully selected this conference theme. Within 1 month, we received more than 75 research papers from different corners of India, from Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Punjab, UP, Madhya Pradesh, Delhi, and we also received paper from Oman and Abu Dhabi. While talking about the publication, so we have maintained the standards again, publication standards. Out of these 75 papers, 57 quality research papers are selected for the publication. We are publishing all the selected papers in International Research Journal of Humanities and Interdisciplinary Studies, which is an open access peer-reviewed international journal with ISSN and high impact factor and with digital object identifier, that is the DOI number, which is a string of numbers, letters, symbols used to uniquely identify an article or the research paper and to provide it with a permanent web address, that is the URL. A DOI will help the researcher or the reader to easily locate the research paper. So congratulate all of you that your paper has been selected for the publication in the reputed journal. One more announcement regarding the award for the best presenter. There are two awards in the memory of our founder member, Honorable late Dr. Edi Shinde Sahib, founder of C Cyber Kolhapur. One in teachers category and one in the students category. Judges' decision will be final. My good wishes to all the participants on behalf of all the present dignitaries. I declare that conference is open. Thank you very much. Thank you. All the best for all the participants. Thank you, ma'am. Now it's time for the inauguration of the International On-Air Journal. In the presence of today's chief guest, Sri Chandrasekhar,
With this new permission and all the dignitaries, we intend to release the conference personally. Let sir can we? Hello. Let sir can we? Can we proceed?
Shall I start?
Yeah. Thank you, sir. The conference proceedings have been published in the International Research Journal of Humanities and Interdisciplinary Studies, which is an open access, peer-reviewed international e-journal with 5.71 impact factor. Always strive to be a platform for the academicians, new researchers, and authors. Thank you, everyone. Moving on the next, we have with us Dr. V.M. Hilge sir, trustee at C Cyber Kolhapur. Sir has more than 40 years of teaching experience. Under his guideship, 5 students have been awarded PhD and 24 students with MPhil degree. For 15 years, Sir has acted as the chairman for MBA program and 7 years as the director
Sorry to
for
interrupt you, ma'am. Ma'am, you're not audible, ma'am.
Now I request Dr. V.M. Hilge sir to give his best wishes.
Shinde madam, madam, you are not audible.
Over to you, Hilge sir.
Yes, madam. Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. Moving on, we have with us Dr. V.M. Hilge sir, trustee at C Cyber Kolhapur. Sir has more than 40 years of teaching experience. Under his guideship, 5 students have been awarded PhD and 24 students with MPhil degree. For 15 years, he has acted as a chairman for MBA program and 7 years as a director at C Cyber Kolhapur. Now, I request Dr. V.M. Hilge sir, please to give his best wishes and shower his blessings for the conference through his short speech. Please, sir. Hilge sir? Hilge sir? Can you hear me, Hilge sir?
His mic is muted.
हिलगे सर अनम्यूट करावं लागणार सर माईक म्यूट आहे अनम्यूट करावं लागणार तिथं जे स्क्रीनवर
Hilge sir? त्या स्क्रीनवर एक तुम्हाला असं माईकचं एक हे येतं बघा आयकॉन येतं त्याला क्लिक करायचं आहे सर यू हॅव टू क्लिक ऑन दॅट रेड कलर मध्ये आहे बघा सर फर्स्ट वन लेफ्ट हँड तुमच्या लेफ्ट हँड कडून फर्स्ट आयकॉन
सर खालच्या बाजूला लेफ्ट साइडला टर्न ऑन माईक म्हणून आहे सर रेड कलर आहे ते माईक ऑफ आहे ऑन करावं लागणार सर बोलू कोणाला तरी
Kamath madam, it would be better if sir would get some technical assistance also.
Yeah. In fact,
Okay. Now we'll come. So Lady sir will join us later on. So before proceeding with chairperson's address, let me take the pleasure of introducing Dr. R.S. Kamath madam, the conference chairperson. Dr. Rajni Kamath madam is an associate professor, Department of Computer Studies at Chhatrapati Shahu Institute of Business Education and Research, Kolhapur. Madam has 16 years of teaching and research experience. She has been teaching courses such as MCA, MSc Computer Science, and MBA Business Analytics, and her current research areas are artificial intelligence, data analytics, and IC-based pedagogy. Madam has to her credit 40 plus research papers published in reputed national and international journals and presented 15 plus papers in conferences. She is the author of 6 books and a chapter published in Encyclopedia of Information Science and Technology, 4th edition by IGI Global Publishing. She has completed 2 minor research funded by UGC and 1 project funded by Maharashtra State Commission for Women. Dr. Kamath is a recipient of various awards and honors such as badge by IBM, AI Foundations for Educators, Certificate of Excellence by IIT Bombay, amongst top performers of the FDP or ICT for Education. Besides, she has also bagged the Best Paper Award. She has recognized various academic programs collaboratively with reputed educational institutes such as IIT Bombay, Shivaji University Kolhapur, and National Commission for Women, New Delhi. She has coordinated various online programs during the lockdown period. She has been invited as a resource person for conference, workshop, FTP, guest lecture, and webinars. She is serving in various academic and research administration committees at the institute. She has worked in different committees of Shivaji University as well. Now, I request Dr. R.S. Kamath madam to please address the gathering. Over to you, ma'am.
yes, thank you very much, madam. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
please.
Shall I start?
Yes, please, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Patil madam, for nice introduction. Respected Dr.
My
Anish
assistant
Shinde-
has come. Can I do the work which you have allotted me?
Sir, I apologize here. Just as Kamath madam, she has already started. Once she
Okay,
completes,
okay.
you can start, sir.
Sir, it's Okay, okay. Sorry, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah. Respected Dr. Aresh sir, Managing Trustee, Dr. Are Patil sir, Trustee Cyber, Chief Guest of today's function, Chandrasekhar Tilak sir, Executive Vice President, NSDL, President of today's function, Dr. M. Ali sir, Professor in charge, VPIMSR, Guest of honor, Dr. VM Hilge sir, Trustee Cyber, Session Coordinator, Dr. Mrs. N.U. Deshpande, Madam, Head of the Department Commerce, Organizing Committee, Team VPIMSR, Delegates and Participants. Indeed, it's a privilege for me to take part in the inaugural ceremony of this international conference on implications of COVID-19, problems and consequences organized by VPIMSR Sangli. First and foremost, I congratulate the whole team of VPIMSR and the team conference for hosting this great event international conference. As I belong to academic fraternity, I would like to talk about the implication of COVID-19 in the education sector. This is one of the theme of today's workshop, today's international conference. COVID-19 pandemic has forced the global shutdown of several activities, including classroom teaching. This has resulted in the switching of educational organizations into online learning serving platforms. The moment online education moved from an optional to the only form of learning, and that too for long term, the issues and the challenges become evident. As students' concentration span is small during the online sessions, and phones can be very distracting, and they do not pay attention after a while. So I guess all the forum is agree with this. The network connectivity and the device related issue, the unaffordability of buying the necessary devices are the major concerns. The transition to online learning has become rocky for all the educators throughout the world. In this context, I would like to throw some light on 21st century skills in an online classroom, which is connected with the theme of today's international conference. 21st century skills are the abilities that today's students need to prevail in their careers during the information age. The COVID-19 pandemic has thrown up challenges for an individual to cope up with this impact. There is a need to equipping teachers and the students with the strategies to support an adaptable pandemic workforce, well-being mindsets, and the alignments to emerging trends. I would like to foster the relevant content and the resources to support new modality of teaching, that is 21st century online classroom is transforming the education. Online classroom strategies are transforming the education. The major concerns here are engaging students in the virtual settings, promoting effective communication, their collaboration, improving the effectiveness in the online learning. So all this can be done by various incorporating various activities and the resources. In the backdrop of this, we the teachers have crafted a framework for a virtual classroom comprising some of the modules. I would like to discuss those modules in brief. So let me start with Google Calendar or any other scheduler tool used for maintaining the consistency of the classroom schedule. This mirrors students' regular timetable, helps students to maintain the normalcy. Online lessons using video conferencing platforms like Zoom. So today we are using Google Meet. So various screencasting platforms such as Zoom, Google Meet, WebEx, etc. The third component here, student engagement in the online learning paradigm that can be improved by using various online tools. for example. So maybe the teachers in the forum are aware of. Padlet for making the beautiful bulletins, Flipgrids for video-based discussions, Mentimeters to get the real-time inputs from the students in online setting. Coming to the fourth component, social engagement in the online programming. That is social contest. So with the students, teacher, and with the peers, how the social contest can be set. So this can be created by combining our students in a breakout rooms during the lecture, forming the breakout rooms, wikis for centralized communication. Next, very important concept in the online setting, reforms in examination in terms of online formative and summative assessments. The recently SDFC has declared that they are not going to select 21 pass out students. So the assessment pattern, some reforms are required. The digitized content such as e-text, e-books, video, audio streaming, web links can facilitate the learning process and learning outcomes. In addition to these, in the online setting, brain breaks by organizing online non-academic activities. So in addition to academic, students, they want non-academic. So that can also be added in the curriculum. Students can showcase themselves on online platform by presenting slideshows, Canva, Flipgrid. So I just shared some of the modules so that are connected with the online platform which is transforming the education. So it may be one of the impacts of COVID-19. I want to connect this with forces of learning, that is pedagogy 4.0. The effective remote learning requires the dynamic interaction of three essential components. So the online learning needs three essential components such as teaching presence, teacher from whom we are learning, social presence, social context, teacher proximity, those things. And the third one, intellectual, that is the cognitive presence. So teaching presence, social presence, and the cognitive presence for the development of 21st century forces. So forces, communication, critical thinking, collaboration, and the creativity. In a remote setting, the students don't get an opportunity to get to know their peers freely. Students can share themselves, they discuss the academic, non-academic concepts in social media, discussion forums, virtual meets. The collaboration among the peers can be accomplished by breakout rooms, team projects. There can be some brain breaks by giving few minutes work for students at the end of the remote session, conducting non-academic activities, giving challenging assignments, problems related to real life case studies, provides all these things provide students with an opportunity to develop creativity and critical thinking. So, as I mentioned in the beginning, being the part of the academic fraternity, I thought of discussing some points connected with the education sector as impact of COVID-19, implications of COVID-19. So, concluding, yeah, I completely agree that in-person learning is effective, as the core element of in-person learning is social context that happens normally. However, deliberately consolidating the social aspects that build a healthy community and promote the significant dialogue can make the remote learning similarly incredible. So with this, I am very much thankful to the organizing team and the delegates. I'm pretty sure that the today's knowledge gain will definitely help all the participants. I wish the function grand success. Best wishes to everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much COVID-19 pandemic has really made us get habitual to get used to digital tools for teaching and learning in this 21st century. We should now be, as we are in this educational sector, we have to be techno savvy, or else there is no existence of us. Right, ma'am?
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you once again. Proceeding on, before we have the pleasure of listening to today's chief guest, Shri Chandrasekhar Tirak sir, I would be very much delighted to take up the task of introducing about his accomplishments and academic attainments. Okay, as Hilge sir is with us, so I request Hilge sir to please give his best wishes just within few minutes, sir. Hilge sir, Hilge sir, are you there?
Mute.
5 minutes.
हाँ हिंदी सर
Ah,
बोलो सर
ah. Honorable conference organizer, Deshpande Madam, all the congratulations to you and Dr. Ali sir. I remember on this occasion, am I audible?
yes
Yes,
sir
sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
yes sir please continue sir.
Late Professor Edi Shinde sir, who has given his very fine infrastructure to conduct the international conferences. I am also thankful to Dr. R. A. Shinde and all the trustees and the organization committee for inviting me, a retired person, for this conference. I will take 5 7 minutes to express my thought. Honorable Chair Sahib, Honorable other participants, Honorable trustees, faculty, students, and the conference delegation. Your theme is implication of COVID, problems and consequences. Now, what are the consequences that is quite obvious and every day we are reading in the newspapers. So I will not elaborate on that. Government has taken certain decisions. The various organizations have taken certain decisions. Now, whether those decisions are right or wrong, this is not the time to deliberate on that. Because it is said in management jargon or in the management science that there is no right or understand. Only history will tell us whether the decision taken by the government on 24th March 2020 of sudden lockdown was right or wrong. But we must give the congratulations to the government for taking the decision instead of no decision. So they have taken the decisions on 24th March 2020 to shut down, and there are various repercussions of those decisions, and major of that are economical decisions, psychological decisions, and social decisions. Social effects of these things we have come across. Just I will mention, there was the labor problem, there was the loss of production, there was the loss of GDP, average growth rate has come down, and in the last year it was minus 7.3, and in the quarter of 2021 it was below minus 23%. Social problems, fear psychosis, government efforts were inadequate, loss of employment, and there is a inverse relationship between growth rate and loss of employment. If we calculate that relationship, then the unemployment goes to the tune of 8 crores to 10 crores of people or workers become unemployed during this. Now the next problem The is uh, let us come to our economy. The economy is not in a very good shape, and during the last 1.5 year, we have remained alive due to our agriculture sector, because country and the farmers of this country have produced food, enough food grains, nearly 300 million tons. So we need not go to and beg the other countries for the food grains. So the farmers should be given the credit and kudos for them for producing such a huge food grain. Because money is supplied by the government, liquidity is supplied by the government, and but banks are in difficulties due to the non-performing asset. Banks are in difficulties because they are again merging with each other. And as a result of that, what is having is the banking sector itself is in the difficulties, and they find it very difficult. Now, at this juncture, there is a there was a discussion, and the economics always discuss something. One says that these a falana economic law is there, and as per that we should follow the Keynesian economics, that is deficit financing. Some says that no, we should not follow the Keynesian economics. We should go to the monetarist policies. That means we should understand the working of monetary policy, and we should change the interest rate. Anyhow, government has provided very huge liquidity. Reserve Bank has provided very huge liquidity so that the wheels of economy should start running, and people will get employment, people will get food, people will get others. In this pandemic of 2000 of uh, COVID-19, there are many sufferers, and due to this liquidity, there is a asset bubbles have been created. Take example today, the Bombay sensitive index has gone up to the 55,000, and 1 year back it was just 26,000. So from 26,000 Bombay sensitive index, it has gone in August up to the 55,500. It means nearly 50% increase in the Bombay sensitive index. Whatever money is provided, whatever liquidity is provided by the government, and all the foreign countries also world over, this pandemic is there. As a result, the world, all the countries of the world are also providing liquidity and deficit financing to the economy. As a result of that, the money and the dollars and the pounds are coming to the emerging market, they are coming to the India, our stock market has gone. Is there any relationship between the real economy and the stock market? Those who work in the stock market, they say that no, we look at the future. But if we look at the future, the geopolitical situation, the climate change, and the uh, the other things are not conducive for the future growth, because we are find here that uh, since Afghan things have changed and there was a chaos in Afghan. I remember Kautilya. Kautilya says every neighboring state is an enemy. I repeat, Kautilya says every neighboring state is an enemy, and enemy's enemy is our friend. So who is the friend of India now? That we are doubtful about it, and we have to identify about it. So they say that we have to sit in the fence and identify the problem where to go. So we are now rather confused that how we should behave in this situation of COVID-19 and the geopolitical situation. Economic laws do not work in the isolation. They are affected by this. And we economists don't agree on a single point. We say that it depends. This law is there, deficit financing, but it depends. So I feel that there will be a very strong wave of inflation in the economy. Capital output ratio has gone up. The other some sectors like like tourism, hotels, they are not doing well, railways are not doing well due to the different reasons. As a result of that, what we find is we will perhaps come across with the stagflation. The economy will be stagnant and there will be inflation in the economy, and perhaps that may add to our misery by the our economy is can be divided. I will take 2 3 minutes. Our economy is divided mainly into the industry sector and the agricultural sector, or industry, tertiary sector, and agriculture sector, and we have to follow a, a, a double emphasis on industry and agriculture. If we neglect agriculture, because 70 crores of people are in the agriculture, the lavish theory of development depending on the surplus labor, then rosto stages of development. In the rosto stages of development, we are 1 minute, madam. Rosto stages of development, there is a traditional society precondition of takeoff and takeoff, drive to maturity and age of high mass consumption. We are trying to go to the age of high consumption, and our one section of the society, one section of population has gone into the age of high mass consumption, but other section is lagging behind, is in the poverty. So there is a need to have Manarega, and there is a need to have very good emphasis on agriculture. So if we go with the good emphasis on agriculture and equally good emphasis on industry, perhaps we will be successful. Otherwise, the assessed bubble and stagflation will bring misery to us. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your words of wisdom. Thank you so much. Now, proceeding with the Chief Guest address, would like to brief you about the stunning profile of Sri Chandrasekhar Tilak, sir. Sir has handled various activities related to stock exchange settlements, surveillance, participant interface, marketing and corporate communications, risk management, investor relations, IS audit, business partner training, legal and arbitration, PIM inspections, SEBI compliance, issuer interface, and so on. Sir was previously associated with Insect Share and Stockbroking Limited as the Assistant Vice President looking after trading and depository operations. He has acted as the youngest division chief for Securities and Exchange Board of India. Sir was also associated with the Stock Exchange Mumbai from 1988 to 1995. He was deputed to CD from April 1992 to November 1993, the then only officer sent on deputation from any of the recognized stock exchanges. Earlier, Sir was associated with accounts and finance divisions of two separate companies, namely ICIM and Blue Star Limited during April 1980 to June 1988. Sir is not only recognized as an investment guru, but also as a renowned author of great many books. Sir has authored round about 25 books on finance and investment as well as literature. To name a few, Gurguru Guru, Budgetary Measures, Artha Sankalpa Aneka Arth, second edition in just 20 days, Market Makers, third edition, and it's an award-winning book, Mala Bhavlena Gulzar, Bhavataran, which is a collection of poems, Malhar Manatha, again with the second edition, and it's a collection of short stories, Modi Arthakaran, Niti and Rananiti, articles on Modinomics, and many more. In addition, Sir is the recipient of n number of awards and felicitation. To name a few, Dr. R.P. Parnekar Economics Award, Pages Puraskar, Giants Award, Vocation Excellence Award by Rotary Club, Excellence Award by Pune University MBA Division. Sir has been delivering lectures on annual budgets presented by central government since 1988. Sir has delivered talks on relevant economic and financial topics from time to time on various groups. Sir has delivered more than 3,700 lectures on economic and investment topics. Totally, he has delivered more than 4,300 lectures. Really, sir, hats off to you. He has also participated in many investment seminars, radio and TV programs as faculty. Sir has delivered countless guest lectures at many reputed institutes like MIT School of Governance, MIT School of Economics, Indira Institute of Management, Indira School of Banking Studies, Symbiosis School of Banking and Finance, Symbiosis Institute of Management, VPIMSR Sangli, as well as C Cyber Kolhapur. To his credit, Sir has more than 2,500 articles published. Last but not the least, Sir has been regularly conducting online investment trading sessions. That's really a stunning profile, and we are privileged to have such a versatile personality. We thank you, sir, for courteously accepting our invitation and honoring the program with an enlightening presence for this conference. And I warmly invite you to take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Deepa Madam, for such a kind words of introduction. They certainly add to a vigor and vitality of a retired person, otherwise in a doomed atmosphere around. Because of the retirement since in May 2020, I have been in consistent, concurrent, and concurrent audit of my family members. And a job of any auditor is to find out critics rather than to find out or give a compliment. So really, thanks a lot. Being a chief guest of this wonderful international seminar being organized by VPIMSR, right at the outset, let me announce that this particular international webinar or seminar stands inaugurated. I'm really thankful to all the faculty members as well as the honorable dignitaries for being kind enough to accept me as a chief guest over here. As the agenda for the day has been circulated and this particular session is supposed to be concluded by 12:15, right at the outset, I will assure you myself that being a man from a capital market, time would be the essence of contract, and I would not be taking much of your time. If you are really interested in my views as far as this particular topic is concerned, let me have some commercial break and say that you can certainly visit my YouTube channel in the name of Chandrasekhar Tilak itself. Over there, since last 1 year, I have been uploading my videos since inauguration of that YouTube channel, and more than 125 videos have been uploaded thereon. More than 3,300 subscribers have given more than 2.5 lakh views for the same. As far as today's topic of impact COVID-19 problems and consequences are concerned, let me put it in this way. Certainly, this is an academy or accreditation which has been inflicted upon us, and we have accepted it. I was hearing very cautiously and curiously the views being expressed by Honorable Hilgesser. And with due respect to his age and knowledge as well as the position, I would like to differ to some particular extent. As far as the economic history of our country is concerned, it has been witnessed time and again that as and when an unprecedented economic calamity is inflicted on us because of our own deeds or otherwise, our economy has always progressed by saying and sensing whatever are the possible opportunities as well. And just not because my surname being Tilak, just not because my birth sign being Gemini, and just not because having spent more than 4 decades in capital market, I stand positive that as far as this particular current pandemic and taruma is concerned, in long run, it is likely that it may turn out favorably as far as our Indian economy is concerned. Certainly, in the recent past of last 17 to 18 months, to be precise, from 24th of March 2020 till 28th of August 2021, it has been a tough period. And probably the next 5 to 6 months may remain the same, unless and until the third wave of corona, which is being discussed, really inflict us very hard crisis. Whether it was the droughts and other things in 70s, whether it was the economic crisis in the 90s, especially in 1991, and the latest one being the 2008 global crisis. In all these realities, one thing has stood out, that our local market is so huge that if we are able to take care of the logistics, certainly our local production can be enhanced to a greater heights, and even then we would be self-reliant. And considering the recent call given by our Honorable Prime Minister being Atmanirbhar, it is really sensing us where we are moving into. Certainly, it has turned out to be a problematic area because the changing habit, and that too very suddenly, is very difficult for anybody, and especially for a human being. And that's why it is always said that we are more slaves of our situation because of habit rather than the hobby. And today's economy is no exception to it. Under such circumstances, let me have a look in a limited period of time which is available to me as far as the opportunities and positives which has come out as far as last 18 months are concerned. It can't be denied that April to June 2020 was certainly a worst period as far as our economic history is concerned. Minus 24 GDP rate doesn't permit me to even utter a word growth over there. In July to September 2020, the situation shown some sign, and we moved from minus 24 to minus 12% of a GDP growth. In the subsequent quarters, we have fortunately registered at least token wise or a tokenism kind of a thing as far as the positive growth rates are concerned. It can't be denied that it is not a situation which we wanted, neither we have warranted. But certainly, sir, compared to many other countries of the world, maybe whatever may be the reason, this is not a forum where a political crisis or the creditworthiness should be assessed. But the highest point of a BSc Sensex was somewhere in the vicinity of 47, 48,000. And lowest point was somewhere in a 26,000. And as Hilge sir was addressing all of us, that was vicinating around 56,000. So 46,000 to 26,000 to 56,000, this movement of a capital market, whether you like it or not, is certainly giving me an average of more than 3,000 points. Sir, one thing is very clear, that this particular phenomenon, as far as looking at a capital market more as a source of a regular income, rather than merely parking the funds over there, has certainly galvanized my economy and my capital market instruments. If anything has witnessed and withstood the pressures of all global economy, it is probably my capital market and investment field. So while addressing the students of the Management Institute on this occasion of a national seminar, including their faculty members, I would like to bring you to your attention certain points which need to be noted. If nothing else, the work from home is turning out to be a biggest game changer. And all of us have accepted it to be a part and parcel of our life. Going further, it is to be understood very well that whether there is corona or no corona, henceforth work from home is going to be a feature. And it is not merely a change of place as far as my workstation is concerned. Probably it is going to be a change of my income pattern. Probably it is going to change my consumption pattern. Probably it is going to change my investment pattern. Probably it is going to change my investment expectation pattern as well. So being a faculty or a student of management, whether I'm specializing in finance, I'm specializing in marketing, I'm specializing in HR, one can't just wishfully take away the feature and feature of a work from home. And sir, that is one of the reasons why this particular market indices I'm really not much worried about. Because since 1990s or even before, whenever any Sensex has shown any rise of this proportion, at least in a percentage terms, we were always shy to accept it. And we always felt that probably some mishappening is brewing between or behind that. And then 1991 to 1995 doesn't turn out to be merely the 5-year plan of economic reforms, but it also turned out to be a 5-year plan of a financial fraud, starting from Harshad Mehta, followed by Ketan Parekh, C.R. Bansali, and many others. But sir, after spending more than 3 decades being associated with Indian capital market, I take this opportunity to bring one more factor on the forum as far as this my inaugural address is concerned. So the statistics, not only, although what may we say it is a lie or a damn lie or something like that, but it gives some solace to me. Sir, you would agree and appreciate that as far as this particular phenomena is concerned, it is being equally backed that not only my index has gone up as far as last 18 months are concerned, but the speed and quantum at which new trading cum demat accounts are getting opened is also quite laudable. As far as the financial year 2020 is concerned, more than 63 lakh new demat cum trading accounts have been opened. as far as calendar year 2021 is concerned, or at least 8 months of thereof is concerned, more than 40 lakh new trade income demat accounts have been opened. So as far as the last 18 months or at the max 20 months are concerned, more than 1 crore trade income demat accounts are opened. And sir, most importantly, the point which is to be noted is that you will have to believe me, because as the Patil madam was kind enough to go through my curriculum or my CV, you would have realized that I have been associated with the depository since 1998. And being my hobby and habit of giving lectures, and that too in 5 different languages, Marathi, Hindi, English, Gujarati, and Urdu, whether I was heading a marketing division or not, I was always associated with these activities. And being the chief compliance officer, chief risk officer, chief vigilance officer, and for last 10 years, the national in charge for a national pension system, so I can certainly vouch that in the era before Corona, if any depository in our country, whether it is NSDL or CDSL, was able to open more than 6 lakh trade income demat accounts, certainly it was a matter worthy of passing a special congratulatory board resolution thereinto. And compared to this 6 lakhs, when you are comparing with 1 crore, it is not merely a statistical input, sir, but more than 92% of these accounts are active as far as the trade income demat account is concerned. As such, my apprehension that something bad is brewing behind the scene can be taken away as far as these apprehensions are concerned. And under such circumstances, you would realize that if nothing else, this work from home has given a rise to a great extent as far as the unorganized sector is being concerned. When we say that mid-cap companies have given more returns than a large-cap companies, and small-cap companies have given more returns than a mid-cap companies in last 2 calendar years or so, one has to note very carefully that this particular progress got accelerated, or the process got accelerated in last 18 months. Again, over here, the phenomena called work from home is certainly turning out to be a game changer. Sir, in today's scenario, when you were talking about the dominance of agriculture and industrial sector, I fully agree and concurrent with your views. But one has to concede willingly, or rather one has to accept positively, that as of date, 58% of my GDP growth rate GDP comes from a services sector, which is dominated by the generation hovering around 30 plus minus. And their lifestyle is deciding what sort of an investment future or economic future I'm having into. Sir, you would agree with me that if nothing else, one thing has gone very in our favor as far as last 18 months are concerned. I fully appreciate the geopolitical tensions which it has stated. But as it is said, sir, in the beginning, you quoted from various other things. I would like to quote one sentence from George Bernard Shaw. He has said that history not only repeats, but it rhymes. My 4 decades of experience with financial services in policy as well as in implementation tells me that probably this is the first part of George Bernard Shaw. What he wanted to say in a later part is, he has very clearly said that history does not repeat itself, but it rhymes. And probably what he has said remained unsaid is that history never says goodbye. It only says, let us meet again when time permits. Or to be honest, it is time warrants. So this particular time warranting has clearly demonstrated as far as last 18 months are concerned, is that our country is turning out to be one of the most favorite. I'm not saying the only favorite. I'm saying one of the most favorite destination as far as the foreign direct investment is concerned. I would like to bring to your attention 2 particular points, sir, of the examples as far as last 18 months are concerned. When we talk about the impact of COVID-19 on my economy, problems and consequences, let me be very clear, the consequences need not be always in a negative term. As you rightly said, sir, from 24th of March 2020, for the first time ever, we witnessed that continuous and concurrent lockdown of 20 days. But sir, in the same period, immediately thereafter, a single company from our country, and when that entire embargo was there as far as the movement of men and material across the globe was concerned, Reliance Jio was able to garner more than rupees 8,000 crore as a foreign direct investment. 7 months down the line, China, who is the originator, rightly or wrongly, inadvertently or advertently, by intention or by accident, as far as the trigger of Corona is concerned, So you would realize that somewhere in the month of the May or June 2021, China all of a sudden declared that henceforth the cryptocurrencies and bitcoins would not be preferred or acceptable medium as far as the settlement of transactions are concerned. This particular news hit the shores of our country by the time the daily tradings of our commodity and other markets were closed. And it was expected, discussed in electronic media, that this would have a huge negative impact and our indices would work down at a negative side. But sir, exactly reverse happened. And since then, we are really turning out. And as of now, the biggest solace thereof is that our country as of now is boasting more than $618 billion as a forex reserve. It is the result not only of last 18 months of the policies initiated. Certainly, it is a cumulative impact. And as we say that proof lies in pudding, then proof of pudding lies in eating, then certainly the settlement systems and the trading mechanism systems, which we are strengthening since 1991, has delivered at the point when it mattered. During the last 18 to 19 months, ours happens to be the only country which has never, not even once, postponed a trading or a settlement cycle, even a day one. Under such circumstances, one has to note that certainly my rupee valuation vis-a-vis US dollar is at a stretch. But compared to many other currencies of the globe, which are having a huge impact as far as the US valuation is concerned, 100% one can be said that my rupee vis-a-vis a dollar is moving in a particular band, just like a share price of a sound company like ITC, Rallis, or Castrol. This is not a forum to give a tip, but one has to accept that as the younger generation of my service sector dominated economy has started looking more towards the capital market in particular and investment field in general, this is the time when my trading, settlement, and other mechanisms are getting concerned. And as earlier, the one of the faculty member coordinating person, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Mrs. Kamath said that, sir, data mining, data analytics is turning out to be a very good thing. And it is certainly one of the positive consequences. And as I have been fervently appealing for the same, sir, the results are here to be seen. Certainly, the economic activity has not picked up to the extent considered. But if you consider the calendar year 2021, for 8 consecutive months, barring the exception of June 2021, my monthly GST collections have gone up. And it is not merely because of certain lockdown relaxations were announced, but it was because of certain fantastic use as far as my data mining and data analytics are concerned. All the honorable and dignified faculty dignitaries, faculty members attending this session, they would agree with me that since the adoption of Prevention of Money Laundering Act by our country way back in 1990s, each and every depository participant, each and every stock exchange, each and every stock broker, each and every bank, each and every mutual fund, each and every insurance company, each and every financial service company worth its salt have to submit a data to the government. Government was either lying idle or they were not forced to look at it. But nowadays, they have started data mining these activities. The information, SMSs, letters, notices, which you receive from the income tax department, correlating your income with a business volume with a company, clearly shows this kind of a data mining and data analytics is happening. And sir, that is the reason and result because of which my GST collection, my direct tax collections are going up. And there is no need to worthless to say that if really this particular phenomena happens, a daily average deficit of government will certainly remain under control. Given the positive feature as far as the primary market and mutual fund NFOs are concerned, one thing is very clear. The financial literacy and investment literacy drives which our country has conducted so far is really resulting in. Of course, much more needs to be done. And probably such international webinars would give us opportunity as far as these particular things are concerned. So certainly, it is not as it is all is well kind of a scenario, as famous actor Amir Khan has proclaimed in one of his movies. But certainly, this is a time when one can take a new stand as if a batsman has just scored his century. Certainly, that is needed as far as the ongoing cricket match in England is concerned, and equally it is applicable as far as this kind of a seminar and economic activity is concerned. Given a paucity of time, I would like to conclude as far as my keynote address is concerned by giving completely a different altogether a matter. Sir, as you rightly said, one thing is very clear that whatever is happening very recently as far as Afghanistan and Taliban is concerned, as far as the new alignments are concerned, it is certainly going to pose a problem. But probably never before, we as a country may be in a much better position to put forth our view. No political colors attached, but it is certainly a testament as far as the history of my 30 years economic reforms are concerned. And one more point needs to be understood over here, and that emergence right from my supply of a food grain is certainly going to be taken cognizance of, and that may, as you will agree with me, that such a huge emergence, strong emergence, consistent emergence of unorganized sector, whose contribution as far as my GDP calculations are very rarely taken into account of, would propel and force the government authorities and policymakers to do it. Why I am saying so, I will tell you. As just now I said, before my retirement, I was working. I would not use the word acting because it may give a negative connotation. I was working as a national in charge for a national pension system. And sir, that particular product was really a push product in our country. But what I have witnessed thereinto, that across the age group, people are really concerned. I'm not using the word worried, because worried is a completely negative term, whereas concerned is a positive of a negative as well as a positive term. And I would like to use word concern as far as their flow of incomes are concerned. And unless and until we are able to commingle my income requirement with my investment requirement, the impetus in the form of a business volume which is needed for regenerating and reinvigorating any economy would certainly come forward too. And as such, while concluding my this particular keynote address in a given time period, I would earnestly request that just have a look at it, not only from the mindset and the viewpoint of a problem, but certainly as an opportunity as well. Yes, certainly path is very difficult and different. And certainly we will have to think something out of box. And seeing the emergence of unconventional things, otherwise we would not have made by this kind of a Google Meet. Earlier, when I started my career as a computer programmer way back in 1980, I always used to say that the title is a system support and their job was to run the operations, to support the operations. But sir, in today's era, we are running the operations in order to consume and assume the system capabilities. Probably such a divergent trend would certainly emerge in the days to come. And probably such webinars and seminars would help us to do it. And not only it is true for our conventional field, but emergence of education as industry, emergence of sports as industry, emergence of food processing as industry, emergence of medical transcription as an industry, emergence of protection consumerism as an industry are certainly the opportunities. Who would have ever thought that a Wipro kind of activity can also be leveraged not only for the commercial purposes, but also for the national interests? Let us look at such opportunities wherewith these particular problems, they are certain, they are daunting, but they would certainly give a thing. As a Charlie Chaplin has famously said in his great movie, Great Dictator, that last monologue he starts with saying, "Men behind the machine and men for the machines." Let us extrapolate the word machine to economy, and let us extrapolate the word man with the citizens like you and I. With all the best wishes for this conference, let me allow to conclude my keynote address. If at all you are agreeing with my points or intrigued by my points, I would earnestly request to have a look at my videos and subscribe from a YouTube channel. Once again, I wish all the best. Congratulate all the faculty members who are responsible for coordinating and arranging this seminar. And once again, I'm expressing my sincere, heartfelt thanks to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Very enthusiastically, you have shared your deepest knowledge on economics. Thank you so much. It would be really a great pleasure for us to listen to you again in our future events, sir. Thank you so much. Over to you, Rajni Madam.
Now, I would like to brief the profile of Dr. M. M. Alisa, ex-director, C. Cyber Kolhapur, and currently deputed as professor in charge at VPIMSR Sangli.
Sir has 33 years of postgraduate teaching experience.
He has guided 310 MBA projects, 14 BBM projects, 6 MCA projects, 1 MEA project, 65 MPhil dissertations, and 26 PhD theses. He has many research projects undertaken. He has countless number of papers presented at seminars and workshops, as well as published a number of papers. Sir has also edited many books. In addition to this, Sir has acted as a chairperson, resource person, and keynote speaker for the technical session in various seminars, conferences, and symposiums. He has delivered more than 200 guest lectures. Besides this, Sir is an active member of various committees. Sir has also acted as an external referee for the evaluation of PhD thesis at Cochin, Harvard, Pune, and Mumbai. Sir is also in charge of many academic and administrative responsibilities. Really, we are fortunate to have such an eminent personality with us. May I take the pleasure to call upon Dr. M. Ali sir to deliver the presidential address. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, one and all. Am I audible, sir? Yes. Let me take this opportunity to address this August gathering and see that this international conference gets concluded very successfully. First of all, I would like to share that we are proud we are organizing this international conference for the last 6 years consecutively. So therefore, I would like to wholeheartedly congratulate the conference secretary, Dr. N.U. Deshpande madam, who has been striving day and night to make this event successful. All our efforts are going to be very fruitful at the end of this day. As we have received 75 papers, I wish that all these presentations would be taking place in the right perspective. Then just coming to the Sir's statement that I am a retired person, I disagree with you, sir, that you are not a retired person, still you are an active contributor to the economic world. You have simply stepped down from your job. So please keep on contributing your dynamics of capital market knowledge to the society. And of course, having heard all these deliberations, of course, everyone would say that the economic growth has gone down, the unemployment has increased, all the sectors, service sector, agriculture sector has come down. Yes, that is true, but I fully agree with what Chandrasekhar Tirok says. Having come across the present situation worldwide, definitely we are much better off than the other countries in spite of this pandemic situation. If you see the status of USA, Germany, Brazil, France, Latin American countries, you would find that most of the citizens today are having their shelter on the pavements at the footpaths. There, the houses what they had rented, they could not pay for it, so the landlord had asked them to vacate the houses, and I could see some of the pictures during the news hour that these citizens who were well off once upon a time, today they are found on the pavements of the road having some plastic shelter. That's it. That is the situation. Now compared to these developed countries, maybe we are much better off, and then we have absorbed all these shocks, and then we are competent enough to face all these challenges. No doubt for the last 18 months or so, we have been facing these challenges, and very soon, maybe I personally believe and I have a very strong conviction that maybe another 6 to 7 months, we would be much better off, and then we would be one of the leading in terms of all these aspects which are the challenges to us. Maybe the economic growth would definitely go up, the employment rate would be at the highest level. And the only thing is, now in terms of this impact of consumption compared to other countries and all those things, our country is a huge country, and if you see this thousand and odd population what we have is enough to sustain our economy on the basis of the consumption and the demand and supply situation, which if it is taken care of in the right perspective, maybe we would be back on the track very well and very soon. The only thing what I personally believe and feel, that all what we are talking about is, or all the authorities who are talking about, is related to some piecemeal solutions are being given. No doubt these piecemeal solutions are, of course, very useful, but at the same time, what is the need of the hour is that we need to have a holistic approach to see as to how our diverse country with all these cultures, subcultures, all put together, how can we come out with one concrete solution, and this holistic approach would definitely pave its way for the growth. So these are certain things that which I felt like sharing with all of you, and I'm really thankful to Sir Chandrasekhar Tilak sir for having spared your valuable time and wonderful dynamics of capital market, and that indicates that your 4 decades of your involvement in this capital market, having a mastery over this subject, and which has really enlightened all of us. And I sincerely feel that all the further presentations, and I wish all the best for all those who are going to present in the next few sessions. And I thank you once again. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable message over here. Over to you, Deepa Patil, ma'am.
Moving on to the next session, we are very fortunate to have with us an eminent personality acting as a keynote speaker, Dr. Kabli Subramanian sir, Faculty of Business Studies, Arab Open University, Sultanate of Oman. We are also delighted to welcome Dr. Christina Kothra Madam, acting as a guest speaker for this session. Thank you so much. Actually, we had Sri Ari Patil sir as the president for this session, but unfortunately, we will miss his presence and words of wisdom as sir will not be able to join the session due to some unavoidable reason. I also welcome Dr. S.V. Chavan Madam, Assistant Professor, VPIMSR Sangli, who is the session coordinator for this session. To proceed with, I call upon Rajni Madam to take over the session.
Thank you, Patil, ma'am. Now proceeding with the address of the keynote speaker, Dr. Kavli P. Subramaniam. A brief introduction about his job profile. Dr. Kavli Subramaniam is the General Course Chair, MBA program, Faculty of Business Studies, Arab Open University, Muscat, Oman, in the partnership with the Open University UK and adjunct professor at VIT University, India. He honed his knowledge and skills in the management from the various prestigious institutions, which includes Oxford University, IIM Kozhikode, IIM Bangalore, TFI Management Institute, Manipal, India, and Blue Ocean Strategy Regional Center, BOSRC, Malaysia. He is a member of various management institutes across the world. Dr. Kavli Subramaniam sir has been in learning and development for the past 20 years. He is the first expatriate to receive the Best Employee Award by the Ministry of Manpower, Sultanate of Oman. Sir is the editor and editorial board member in several academic research journals. Co-edited and published a book, Co-Creating the Post-COVID-19 World, Exploring the Sustainable Paths in 2021. Also published few books chapter. Sir is also acting as a referee for evaluation of PhD thesis of Annamalai University and Christ University. He is also the founder of International Theory Building Research Forum to promote the theory building research in Asia. He is also interested at the research and teaching at the intersection of the business strategy, business innovation, educational institutions, and transformation of businesses. Presently, Sir is leading a team of research in investigating the digital transformation of higher education institutions funded by the Research Council Oman. He has won the Best Research Paper Award and he provides a community service in education and enterprises building. Dr. Kabli Subramaniam sir is an invited speaker in many universities, higher education institutions, and forums. He is the founder of Arkansas Consulting, a boutique strategy, innovation, and digital business leadership consulting firm. He has trained more than 1,000 business leaders, entrepreneurs, and executives in the strategy innovation and digital business leadership. He has consulted many large, medium, and small enterprises on strategy, innovation, and digital transformation initiatives. Presently, consulting a large corporate in Oman on their digital transformation strategy. He is a member of various professional communities, which include Charter Management Institute UK, British Academy of Management UK, Academy of Management US, and Indian Society for Training and Development, among the others. He is passionate about promoting the startup in Asia through advising, mentoring, and investing. Presently, he has invested in few startups, connected with other startups with Gulf and Southeast Asian markets. Sir is also a strategic advisor to UAE-based startup. He has visited the countries like Oman, UAE, US, Kuwait, Malaysia for the conferences, management development programs, and FTPs. He had the opportunity to work, teach, and train the people of various nationalities, which includes Oman, US, Jordan, Egypt, and many more. We wholeheartedly welcome you, sir, and honor to have you with us today. Now, I cordially invite Dr. Kabli Subramaniam, sir, to deliver his keynote address. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Rajini. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, yes.
Thank you, Dr. Rajini, for your wonderful kind words of introduction. I really appreciate. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, because it's an international conference, so people are attending from various parts of the world. And I'm bringing greetings from Arab Open University, Oman. I'm sitting in Muscat, and Arab Open University is present in nine different countries. So I'm bringing the greetings from our university. It is my pleasure and privilege to be part of international conference on implications of COVID-19, problems and consequences, organized by VP of Management Studies and Research, Sangli, India. And also launch of special issue International Research Journal of Humanities and Interdisciplinary Studies. First, I would like to extend my greetings and pranams to all the degrees, senior professors, senior economists, well-wishers of this conference for being present here. And it is my sheer delight to hear Sri Chandrasekhar Tilak, Professor R.S. Kamath, Dr. Hilage, Dr. Emma Mali, who spoke very elaborately on the present situation. And also I would like to, I'm waiting to hear Dr. Christina Kotra, Sri Arya Patil, and Dr. Satikar for their wonderful presentation, and I'm looking forward. Today I'm invited as a keynote speaker on the theme of the conference, which is COVID-19 problems and consequences. So I just see how much time I have. Dr. Rajani?
Sir, we have, sir, you can go for 30 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So COVID-19, when I just looked at the papers, very interesting themes researched, which includes COVID-19's impact on banking, small and medium businesses, education system, economic development, production and economy, pharma, world economy, transportation and logistics industry, cybersecurity, geopolitics, which covers a gamut of very interesting, important issues. I really appreciate the researchers for that. So today here, I'm going to share some of my thoughts, my research, my perspectives, which may be of some help to make sense of this world. So that is my intention. In the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share some of my thoughts, research, and perspectives on where the world is tending. And then I'm going to present a simple framework through which the researchers, the academics, and students can look through so that they get better clarity. So this is my intention. So let me start by saying, we all know that today we started talking about the world before COVID and after post-COVID, pre-COVID and post-COVID. Now we are in COVID situation, but we hope that soon it will end, and then we will be moving into the post-COVID world. One thing is loud and clear: post-COVID world is not going to be same as the pre-COVID world. That's given. So that is one very important thing we need to understand. Why it is so? Because the economic behavior of countries are changing, the behavior of consumers are changing, the behavior of organizations are changing. Even during our previous presenters, they highlighted this. For example, work from home. Is it going to stay post-COVID? So these are all some of the very interesting phenomena we are waiting to watch. But one thing is clear, we are going to be more optimistic in post-COVID world. And I would say, even though COVID has brought in a lot of challenges, concerns, but it also presents a lot of opportunities and new perspectives. I think this is a period where we were given by the nature that look at the world, reflect on what happened so far, and how to move forward. I think we needed that slow down. So I think it is let me look from that perspective. So it is a nature sent slow down or a break where we sit down, reflect, and then move forward with more vigor and vitality. So when even though it is an international conference, when I looked at the presenters as well as most of the papers, it's mostly Indian oriented. So let me touch upon the global economy and also with relevance to the Indian economy. So already our government of India has announced that India is moving towards a $5 trillion economy, and all research reports across the world, they suggest that India is going to be in the top 3 economies in the world in the near future. My dear friends, 2020 to 2050 is very critical for the whole world as well as for India, because completely we are going to redefine the world, redefine the businesses. So we are going to see why. And very interestingly, some of the state governments in India also are announcing their aspirations and ambitions. For example, government of Tamil Nadu, government of Maharashtra, already they have announced they are moving towards $1 trillion economy, followed by many other states. So therefore, it's going to create a lot of new opportunities. So there is a lot of optimism in the post-COVID world. One more interesting observation by the global researchers is this century, the 21st century, belongs to Asia. Why I say so? Because when you just look at the past history of economic history of the world, the 19th century, most of the things happened in Europe. So it was an European century. 20th century, it moved to Americas. It was an American century, North American, particularly North American century. But this century, we find the rise of China, rise of India, and rise of Africa. So therefore, we say that, even though we say it's an Asian century, so I will add it's going to be an Asian African century, which means the next 80 years, it is going to throw a lot of opportunities. So the question is, are we ready to capture this opportunity? Are we ready to use these opportunities to our advantage? That's the question. Because in every, on the flip side of every, what should I say, downfall is going to be the upward motion. So therefore, we are going to, if we are ready, then when the opportunity presents itself, so we will be able to move forward. So I just urge all my young fellow faculty members, students, and all the members present here to get ready for this. So how to get ready? I'll give you a simple framework. Whenever we are facing any issue, the first thing we need to do is making sense of the issue, followed by looking at the options available, followed by choosing an option and executing it. This is a simple framework we apply in any situation. So let's try to make sense of what is happening around us. As I mentioned, there are two types of growth happening before COVID, and this will continue post-COVID also. This is where we need to be a little more focused, try to figure out what model will help us. So when we just look at two approaches to the global growth, one is globalization, where we try to replicate whatever happened in the developed country, in the developing countries. Second is innovation. So it is the globalization path and innovation path. Now I urge my fellow faculty members and student community to focus on the innovation path. It is not that we are going to recreate whatever happened in the developed world, but we are going to create our own innovation. So that is going to be more sustainable, because today we are talking about climate change. We are talking about global warming. So innovation is the key to sustainable future. So what do you mean by sustainable future? A sustainable future is the one where any development is economically viable, socially inclusive, and environmentally sustainable. So it is not just the bottom line of economic viability or economic growth. It should be socially inclusive and environmentally sustainable. So therefore, there is a great opportunity for academia particularly, because I know I'm addressing most of the members from academia, being the faculty members, researchers, and students. So we can look at triple helix model as one interesting model for the future of growth, which is the collaboration between government, private sector, and higher education institutions. In this context, the role of higher education institutions is going to change. The complete business model is going to change. This is what I'm predicting. So triple helix model says it's collaboration. My dear friends, gone are the days where we compete. Of course, competition is important, but today we are moving towards collaboration and cooperation. So there should be collaboration between government, private sector, and higher education institutions. And since this forum is all about higher education institutions, we need to understand how to collaborate. So one thing is loud and clear. Post-COVID world, business models are going to change completely. New processes are going to come in, which needs new thinking. My dear friends, it all starts from thinking. We always say, in this world, things are made twice. Once in the mind, second in the reality. Therefore, we have to look into thinking. So this statement is being validated by our own New Education Policy 2020. When our Honorable Prime Minister announced the New Education Policy 2020, he highlighted one thing, which is we need to move from what to think to how to think. Again, I repeat, he said, he made a call to all the academics that we need to move from what to think to how to think. So thinking becomes fundamental. So we need to be focusing on how to develop new forms of thinking, which helps us in navigating this new world order. And very interestingly, Peter Thiel, one of the world's greatest startup founders, he said very interestingly, brilliant thinking is rare, but courage is much rarer. Which means brilliant thinking plus courage is going to lead this world. This makes us understand that the future of the world this century again is going to be defined by not large corporations and large enterprises, but by startups. Already we have seen in the past few years how the startups which are started in 2000s, which are controlling which are making big impact on this world, be it Google, be it Amazons, and so on. So therefore, the next 80 years it's going to be defined by the startups which are going to start now. And very interestingly, India has produced a lot of unicorns, which is a good sign, and this needs to continue. So when we think of startup, we should not only think of technology startups, we need startups in all spaces, be it agri, be it pharma, be it manufacturing. We need new startups. So there, academic institutions, educational institutions can play a very, very important role. So this is a time where we need to rethink business from scratch. And today's world is seen as cyber physical world. This is not only during COVID or post-COVID, even before COVID, we recognize this phenomena called cyber physical world. Today, we are unable to figure out whether we are living in the physical world, we are operating in the physical world, or operating in the cyber world. For example, this forum itself is a great example. Today, I am living in Muscat physically, but I am able to touch people across the world using cyber systems. So therefore, we need to understand, we need to redefine our organizations, be it educational institutions, be it business corporations, be it government. We need to completely reorganize, reinvent the business models, how we operate before and how we need to operate now, and followed by Industry 4.0. Today we are talking about different kinds of economies, my dear friends. Somebody calls digital economy, somebody calls gig economy. What is gig economy? Where there is no permanent employment. People will be recruited for jobs to be done and then paid for it. That's it. That's going to be the future. So we need to make sense of that. Circular economy. Where do we need to create new products and services, or are we going to circulate the existing products and services for a more sustainable future? These are some of the questions. Sustainable economy, skill economy, and very interestingly, this skill economy is going to put educational institutions under big stress, because they need to reinvent. Because today people are moving away from qualifications more towards skills. Organizations say we are recruiting people for skills, not for qualification. So these are all the trends we need to be very aware of, we need to be cognizant of, and then we need to remodel our institutions, reinvent our institutions. Then this century is going to be a startup century, already I have shared with you. And then these are some of the trends across the world, which is impacting India, which is impacting Asia, which is impacting the world. So we need to be cognizant. As I said first, before moving into any solution, we need to understand the issue. So the issue, we need to make sense of where the world is moving. So that is what we are trying to understand. So today, in this world, technologies are going to play a very important role like before, but like never before, in the sense that it is going to be more rapid. For example, in 2000, it was internet, one technology which changed the world from 2000 to 2020. But experts say in 2020, we have 10 such technologies, be it cloud computing, be it artificial intelligence, be it IoT, be it big data, be it business analytics, be it data mining, be it drones, be it 3D printing, quantum computing. There are 10 such technologies waiting in the wings. Across the world, there are a lot of research going on how to deploy these technologies creatively and innovatively. I always say, I'm a researcher in digital transformation. I always say, it is not the technologies which is going to create value. It is how creatively and innovatively you are going to deploy these technologies are going to create value. That is why I highlight the importance of innovation. I highlight the importance of thinking. And not necessarily the technologies should come from IT communication. It should impact other industries also, other sectors also. Like we need agri-tech, we need pharma tech, we need health tech, we need edu-tech. So therefore, we need to rightly blend, creatively and innovatively blend technology with all industries so that we can make an impact. Just to give you an insight, year 2023 is the year of millets. You know what? United Nations has announced year 2023 as year of millets based on the representation by Government of India. So when we say agri, not only we need to look at the traditional produce, we need to focus on these new emerging areas. So, and the Government of India has taken a lot of initiatives like Startup India, Atal Innovation Mission, Atal Community Innovation Mission, Atal Tinkering Lab, and so on and so forth. Not only Government of India, but across the world, many countries, they are promoting the startups, the technologies, and so on and so forth, and innovation. Particularly, please remember, this century is going to be an innovation century, so our fulcrum should be innovation. So this brings us to our attention that we need to redefine our curriculum, which is going to enhance the innovation capabilities of our children. Okay, so as I told you, I'm going to, so the three responses for this world. One is about responsible innovation. We need to be innovative. At the same time, we need to be cognizant of the requirement of the world, which is sustainable economy. So our innovation should lead to not only economic development, but also it should lead to social inclusiveness and environmental sustainability. Now I move on to the second very important area where I believe that this is very important forum to discuss that, which I call it as responsible research. Of course, as academics, as faculty members of higher education institutions, we continuously do research, right? Now the question is, are these research are making real world impact? This is the fundamental question the world has started asking. Actually, in 2018, I attended the Academy of Management conference in Chicago, US. There we had a big deliberation about whether the research are making a real world impact. So this is very, very important question. And there are forums which talks about responsible research. It started asking question. What do you mean by responsible research? Are we just going to increase the number of publications, and those publications are going to be in journals and book chapters where it is kept in the library shelves, or our research is going to help the industries, help the economy, help the society to make an impact in their lives? This is the question. So when I observe the world, in the last century, I found in West, particularly in Americas, we found that industry going behind academics. If they have any problem, they go to industry. If they have any problem, they go to academia. They invest a lot in terms of research labs and then convert into products and services and take back. But in India, we see a different pattern. The academia are going behind the industry. Even for a guest lecture, we go behind industry. So this should change. So from the Asian perspective, not only India, from the Asian perspective, we need to make more impactful research, which will turn the industry to our side. So the question of research should be, is it just an output, or are we going to make an outcome? This is the question. And Academy of Management asked two very relevant questions. Who reads academic research? Does that research improve business practice or address a social change? Today, we are talking about sustainable development goals. So how many research going on in our country, right, where we're putting the sustainable development goals at the center and growth of India at the center, and how to make a real world impact? So this is a question we need to ask ourselves. We need to reflect ourselves and do something so that we can progress. And I make one more call, because when I was introduced, they told that I'm the founder of International Theory Building Research Forum. Yes, based on my understanding of research, I founded this last year. So for 3 years, I've been propagating this idea of theory building. Because mostly in Asia, we are testing research, where the theories are built in some parts of the world and we are testing research. Now, there is a need for developing new theories from Asia. As I told you, the time is right. 2020 to 2100, to 2100, it is going to be the Asian century. Therefore, new phenomena need to be identified and theorized. And already we have some indications. For example, in one of the recent Harvard Business Review cover page article, an American academic is asking whether we need to learn marketing from China. So therefore, this is a great opportunity. When the economic fulcrum is shifting to Asia, more and more theories should come from Asia. So I just urge my fellow researchers to focus on that. And I suggest engaged leadership, where the academia should collaborate with practitioners. That's very, very important. Practitioners, and make some collaborative research work. It's not pure, when we look at the academic research collaboration team, mostly it is academic. So whether we can move, we can have a practitioner as a member of our academic research team. So this is another very interesting thing to be discussed. Then we need to move from inductive reasoning, abductive reasoning, which is observing interesting phenomena. Very, very important, because theory building starts from observing interesting phenomena. Where you find an anomaly, you further research, you may come out with your own theory. So theory building research is very important for the further development. So I urge my fellow researchers to focus on that. And finally, I'm going to share my thoughts on the third suggestion, which is responsible academic. So I started with responsible innovation, then responsible research. Now I'm moving into responsible academic. So when I looked at, as an academic, when I looked at what is happening across the world around in the academic area, where the higher education academics, mostly in some of the developed countries, they are into 4 dimensions, which is teaching, research, executive education, and consulting. And very interestingly, some of the top tier institutions, they gain more revenue from consulting and executive education. So as an academic, I make a call to all my fellow academic members, fraternity, that we need to move that model. This will help in teaching also. This will help in research. So when you are teacher, trainer, consultant, and an executive education trainer, then what happens is you learn from each and then integrate into other. So when you are engaged with industry in terms of education, executive education programs or consulting, you get problems. And when you solve that problem using research, you get solution. And very importantly, today we need to move from just publication to IPRs, creating IPRs, intellectual property rights, patents. Now, higher education institutions are really a breeding ground for startups. So why can't we imagine a higher education institution as a startup ecosystem where the academia, the academics, in collaboration with students, creating startups through which they make revenue for the institution and for themselves. And here I urge the academic institutions also to be more innovative in their approach towards academics. On one side, we put a lot of pressure on the academics to publish. You need to collaborate, you need to encourage them. The educational institution should encourage them to generate revenue in different forms. Very importantly, they should be ready to share revenue with the academics. Of course, we know there are a lot of things happening in India at the top tier institutions, but I'm just making a call to the other levels of institutions. So it should be like an industry. We should look at it as an industry where we create knowledge, we disseminate knowledge, we convert knowledge into value. So that value can be, even though we know that higher education institutions are not for profit, that value can be reintegrated into the system so that the education institution also grows. So I just urge my higher education colleagues to look at these opportunities as an academic, where don't stop only with academic research, move into consulting, move into executive education program, move into creating your own startups. Already it's happening. I'm not saying it's not happening, but we need to be more cognizant of that and then try to take all initiatives. I'm just telling, because now we know that today the world is under disruption. Every industry, every sector is under disruption. Education, higher education, particular education in general, higher education in particular is also not an exception. Today, we are being challenged by the platforms like Coursera's, edX's. So the days are not far away where we need to be more competitive. We need to be more entrepreneurial. We need to be more intrapreneurial. This is what it is highlighted in National Education Policy 2020. So put all these policies into action, put all these perspectives into action and create a vibrant economy for India, for Asia, for the world. And in one of my recent interactions, one academic raised a very interesting question: where from research fund comes? So far, most of our research funding comes from grants from the public sector, or the government agencies, or the foundations. So why can't we move into getting our research funding from the industry? So when we try to solve the problem, naturally they will be able to fund. So why they are not funding? Because they believe that we are not adding value. If you are able to solve the problem, even I have a case, in other circumstance, I'll share that case. One of the, two of the supply chain academics from America, they helped a company called Raytheon, a commercial company called Raytheon, to bid for $4 billion project. And they got that project, $4 billion. So such works are happening across the world. So similar things we need to imagine, and we need to redefine. Again, I make a call to our academic fellow fraternity that even we need to redefine and reimagine our profession. So with that, let me wish you all the very best in the remaining part of the conference. I hope all the deliberations will make some impact on your career and on this world. Thank you very much. I wish you all the very best. I really thank Dr. Deshpande for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you. All the very best.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening the delegates, community with your rich knowledge, and to have the optimistic thinking and innovative ways to go ahead, even the situation has been impacted by COVID-19. Once again, we thank you, sir. Over to you, Patil ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving ahead with the next dynamic personality, Dr. Christina Patra, madam, guest speaker for this session. Madam holds a PhD from the University of Brighton, UK, and an MSc and a BSc from the University of Surrey, UK. She also holds an ESRC postdoctoral fellowship and the World Tourism Organization Research Grant in Tourism Development. She is a fellow of the Higher Education Academy in the UK and a recipient of the Middle East and Africa Women in Education Leadership Award. She currently works as an associate professor in management in Abu Dhabi University. Christina ma'am has undertaken research and delivered consultancy globally. She has presented her research articles in n number of international conferences, delivered keynote addresses, authored and edited books and journal papers. Her research interests are mainly in human resource management, tourism development, and corporate social responsibility. Thank you so much, ma'am, for accepting our invitation and being a valuable part of this conference. Now, I take the pleasure of inviting Dr. Christina Kotra, ma'am, to address the gathering. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, and greetings to you all. I'm not quite certain if it is afternoon or still morning where you are. It's 11:37 in Abu Dhabi. So, greetings. I'm very happy that you have invited me in this insightful and contemporary conference, especially during this unfortunate era, the COVID era. The presentations so far were very insightful. They were very knowledgeable and very informative. I got a lot of information so far for my own research and for my own teaching as well. It's a shame that we didn't have the chance to come in person over there, but we hope that in future, if any conference happen, we will be more than happy to come in the beautiful India. I've been to India before. It's one of my favorite countries in the world. It's absolutely amazing. Right, my research, my paper today, I'm going to present you a journey of how COVID-19 has affected the UAE, especially the two Emirates, Dubai and Abu Dhabi, which are the more affluent and economically developed in the UAE. So it's going to be a combination of what has happened after the pandemic was declared, and then all the impacts that they started.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes?
Excuse me. Pardon, ma'am. Have you shared the PPT, ma'am?
Okay, I'm gonna do that in a minute.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine, ma'am. Okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, where is my presentation? One moment. So, as I was saying, it's gonna be what happened. One moment. Yes, I have a problem. I think identifying my PPT, whereas before I didn't. So I don't really know what is happening. Apologies for this one. So the problem that I have, identifying my PPT, whereas before I was able to do that, now I cannot for some reason.
Ma'am, it is okay if you just go with the overall presentation. It's okay, ma'am. If you're not able to share it.
Okay, so can you see now?
No, ma'am, not yet.
You cannot see. Okay, then. So, as I was saying before, the presentation is a journey of what apparently has happened to the hospitality, tourism, and travel industry in the UAE due to COVID-19 and the impacts. Where the impacts, and if these impacts are still there, and how apparently the hoteliers, the tourism representatives were trying to deal with the situation. So, the pandemic, as well known, is the current reality, and countries across the world are rallying around to fight the deadly virus, which obviously is COVID-19. However, the world, be that leaders, communities, societies, sectors, industries, are trying to fight off the virus and bounce back, rebuilding what was lost, and re-emerge from the grave crisis created. According to the World Bank, due to the virus, the global GDP has dropped by 4.3% in 2020 after an initial fall of 2.9% in 2019. Even though this year, 2021, it picked up, it is still expected to be 3.2% below pre-pandemic projections. According to the UN, 2021, the global economy could lose over $4 trillion due to COVID-19 impact on tourism. The World Travel and Tourism Council stated that the ramifications from the COVID-19 in travel and tourism, hospitality obviously inclusive, would be long-lasting for all countries around the globe. As we all know, since May 2020, 100% of tourist destinations globally had restrictions that prohibited the inflow and outflow of tourists due to COVID-19. As a result, the majority of the travel, tourism, and hospitality businesses, and especially the micro, small, and medium ones, as well as the informal sector, which composes a high portion of the industry and is estimated to be about 80%, face grave financial problems, or they haven't survived due to lack of financial support. This also had ramifications for other sectors that are considered as the supply chain of the sector, of the tourism and hospitality sector, and in effect on people's livelihoods. For example, among the supply chain sectors, they are supplying obviously in the tourism, travel and hospitality are agriculture, fisheries, transportation, accommodation, food and beverage services, recreation and entertainment, events and conferences, among others. Tourism and hospitality are crucial to the UAE economy, since the sector employs 10% of the population. Especially Dubai is a highly dependent tourism and hospitality economy. In 2019, the actual tourism contribution in the UAE amounted to be around 5%, while more than 2.3 million visitors visited Dubai for business. Dubai is one of the main tourist destinations in the UAE and world leader in the sector as well. Business travel comprises a large segment of the UAE's travel and tourism revenue. Meetings, incentives, conferencing, and exhibitions contributed more than 20 billion dirhams to the Dubai economy in 2019. The UAE, similarly with other countries worldwide, has seen its GDP decline, and especially in terms of contributions from the tourism sector. This was an outcome of travel restrictions imposed due to pandemic and closing of borders. As you all know, COVID-19 was declared as a pandemic on the 11th of March 2020 by the World Health Organization. A week afterwards, the Dubai's Department of Tourism, Commerce and Marketing announced the closure of all entertaining, food and beverage facilities with immediate effect until the end of the month. On the 25th of March, all passenger flights were grounded. In effect, international tourism decreased overnight, while plans to boost domestic tourism started to develop. Hotels and domestic airlines such as Etihad Airways, Emirates, Fly Dubai, and Air Arabia in both Abu Dhabi and Dubai initially started to cut off salaries, asked employees to stay at home on unpaid leave, and later resorted to layoffs. Transit flights resumed initially in June 2020, and gradually they started adding and deducting countries into the scheduled flights list dependent on updated COVID-19 statistics. This is a practice that is followed today. Staycation packages started to become the norm of the day. In a sense, international tourism was highly replaced by domestic tourism. Staycation, it's a tourism concept for those that are not familiar with tourism, where people, instead of going abroad, they stay in the locale where they are, and they usually stay in resorts. In UAE, tourism, yes, I've seen that. Since UAE is a federation, not all Emirates follow similar policies, and as Dubai's economy is mainly based on services, in July 2020, Dubai led to an increase of infected people. Abu Dhabi, however, since its economy is mainly based on oil and gas, could afford to be stricter in terms of the inflow and outflow of people. In August, occupancy rates increased to 45.4% compared to 40% in July, and such hotels as five-star hotels these are. Rotana saw occupancy rates increase by 60% to 65%, while the Palazzo Versace Dubai Hotel saw an increase of 70% during the weekdays and 90% during the weekends. As previously said, these hotels, they are resort hotels where they organize various activities for the visitors. Ras Al Khaimah, a northern emirate, saw also an immense increase in hotel booking due to staycation initiatives. If we compare it with 2019 data, occupancy rates in September 2020 was only 37.6% down. And in October, occupancy was only down by 31.5% compared to last year. Again, that was the outcome of staycation initiatives. November and December saw an increase in tourism as well, even higher than London and Paris due to lower restrictions. January 2021 saw tourism decrease due to tougher measures taken by some countries regarding entry for those traveling to the UAE. In February, several restrictions on public places and venues have been imposed by the Dubai government as case numbers increased. In Abu Dhabi, measures were not as strict as cases were less. As in previous months, there were strict restrictions, as mentioned before, regarding entry into the Emirate. As of April 2021, travelers from eligible countries are permitted to travel to the UAE, considering they adhere strictly to COVID-19 measures stipulated. The PCR test must be taken between 48 to 70 hours of arrival. Arrivals from some countries may be required to undergo an additional test upon landing in Dubai. Impacts now of measures taken to deal with the COVID-19. Besides the pre-mentioned unpaid leaves and layoffs, some hotels, in order to reduce costs, closed the whole floors to save on utilities, temporarily froze on new hires and replacements, and postponing new and non-essential purchases. Other hotels have even closed down temporarily on some locations. In effect, this led to thousands of people leaving permanently the country. As briefly mentioned before, staycation packages have been created. Hotels also, in the mid-tier range, even changed their food and beverage suppliers to minimize costs. For instance, as one hotel manager said, they are buying Brazilian meat at half the price instead of the US or Australian meat. At entry level, 5-star hotels, rates have been slashed to try and convince travelers to book with them, while others use the same price for staycation packages for UAE residents. The situation has inevitably set off a price war between mid-tier and luxury hotels as they try to increase occupancy levels. This translates into bad news for the hotel industry, as it is overly reliant on the winter season to meet profitability targets. As many countries have been excluded from the allowed entry into the country list, the situation worsened. Hotels were hit with cancellations and customer refunds. Insurance policies did not cover such losses, which is something to consider for future negotiations. Hotels with a heavy reliance on certain markets, such as Chinese and Iranian tourists, have obviously been worst hit, as these two countries were in the not allowed entry to the country due to the high incidence of infected people. Additionally, Saudi Arabia's closure of Mecca and Medina, a pilgrimage place for Muslims across the world, has impacted hotels in the UAE that used to host stopover Umrah groups from Asia. Fears about the virus is forcing hotel chains to spend more on housekeeping. Hotels invest in additional measures to increase the frequency at which rooms and facilities are cleaned and sanitized. Despite the oversupply of hotels and the price war, the crisis has seen income decrease as domestic and international travelers spend less, which also affects national revenues, especially Dubai, that holds most accommodation establishments and most tourist attractions. In an effort to save in cost and preserve cash, there is also a renegotiation of supplier contracts and provision of properties for guaranteed facilities. In order to manage cash flows, some hotel owners have agreed with the lenders to defer principal debt obligations while they continue to service interest. After evaluating current and future commitments, owners and operators are also working with lenders to refinance debt at lower interest rates, which will likely improve their ability to meet existing obligations. In addition, hotel owners may also have to provide funding to keep the working hotel's capital cycle continuing. As businesses are becoming accustomed to using online platforms, companies may curtail non-essential business travel to reduce operating costs. Dubai has been a regional hub for meetings, conference and events, which generates group bookings for the hotel industry. contributing to room revenue and bulk occupancy, as well as increased F&B revenue. So what will happen in the future, since they're using, since people started using online platforms, is that most probably people would prefer to use the online platform because apparently it's cheaper rather than book hotel conference rooms in hotels. It is unlikely that demand for event spaces will reach pre-COVID-19 demand anytime soon due to social distancing and spending constraints. Events cancellations such as the Dubai World Cup and Expo 2020 Dubai have further added to the hotel industry's troubles. Expo 2020 was expected to be the year's most important event for the hotel industry. It was due to bring in 25 million visitors, 70% of which were expected to hail from international markets. Dubai is preparing for Expo to be held this year in October. It is expected that the exceptional health standards will reinforce Dubai in the UAE's stature as safe travel destination. What will happen? We will see in a few months. The pandemic brought uncertainty and with that reluctancy on the investor side to invest in the UAE, even though prices seem to be rather attractive. Forecasting the future, given the current situation, is challenging, and that makes investing decisions even more complex. How deeply the sector is affected will largely depend on travel restrictions and traveler sentiments. Hotel operators, the airline industry, and governments will play a key role in re-establishing confidence. Moving forward, hotel operators will need to use all possible measures to gain travelers' trust, assuring them that facilities are safe and hygienic. From enhanced cleaning measures to social distancing in lobbies, common areas in restaurants, to reduce touch experiences utilizing technology, every possible step must be undertaken to guard the safety and well-being of customers and employees. Implementing safety measures and communicating this to customers will be a key differentiator in the future. That was my presentation of what apparently were the impacts of the pandemic in the UAE. I mean, the pandemic is still here, the impacts are still here. If the impacts are going to be worse, remains to be seen, and that depends on how long apparently the pandemic will last. Thank you very much for inviting me again and giving me the chance to be in this international conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. Thank you, Christina ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your influential message. Your session was full of zeal and valuable information. Thank you so much, ma'am. So much, ma'am. To express a word of appreciation and gratitude, may I now call upon Dr. S.V. Chavan, madam, Assistant Professor, VPIMSR Sangli, to propose the vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello everyone, am I audible?
Hello everyone, respected dignitaries for today's international conference, Chief Guest, Dr. Chandrasekhar Sir, President, NSDI Mumbai, President Dr. M. Marisa, Professor in charge with MSS Sangli, Conference Co-Chairperson Dr. Alexander Madam, Associate Professor Department of Computer Studies, Cyberpur, Conference Secretary Dr. Mrs. N.U. Deshpande Madam, Head of Commerce Department with MSS Sangli, our Honorable Guest Dr. V.M. Hilke Sir, Trustee, Cyberpur, Organizing Committee members, Senior Faculty members, faculties from various participating colleges, colleagues, participants, and students. Today we have been in this international conference on implications of COVID-19. We have all been experiencing this Holocaust for last 18 weeks or so. The pandemic has
not only impacted gender human health concerns, but also caused heartbreaking financial and political emergencies in the infected nations. COVID-19, aside from being a threat to the world, has also been reorganized as a major cause of disparity and insufficiency of social progressions. While the unemployment have risen to a level that haven't been since the Great Depression of the 1930s, at the same time, it has affected the quality of social life of all individuals, leading to depression and psychological disorders too. One can imagine the plight of thousands of children who have been orphaned due to the death of their parents in the pandemic. Certainly, the pandemic has done more hidden damage and physical damage to human society. Before break for lunch, which all of us eagerly looking forward to, and thereafter proceed to the second session, I stand here to express gratitude and thanks for those without whom the international conference would not have been possible. At the outset, my sincere thanks go to the chief guest, Dr. Chandrasekhar Kilak sir, who has graced the function in spite of his busy schedule and shared his views, thoughts with all of us. Thank you, sir. Coming to next, a very special thanks goes to our principal, innovative, dynamic, and beloved person, Dr. Arish Shinde sir, for his wholehearted support in this international conference. I would like to thank the President, Dr. M. Malisa, Professor in charge VPIMSR Sangli, for expressing his views on impact of pandemic situation on foreign countries and doing a well comparison with our nation and proved his thoughts with good examples how much we all Indians are living far better than others in this economical condition. I would like to thank conference co-chairperson Dr. Alice Kamath Madam, Associate Professor, Department of Computer Studies, C. Cybercola, for expressing her views on educational policy in pandemic situation. I would like to thank Conference Secretary Dr. Mrs. Anu Deshpande Madam, Head of Conference Department and Commerce Department VPIMSR Sangli for organizing such an international conference in VPIMSR Sangli. I would like to thank our honorable guest Dr. V.M. Hilge sir, Trustee C. Cyber Kolhapur, for expressing his views on economical conditions and its impact on Indian liquidity. I would like to express my obligation to Sri R.A. Patil sir, MD, Fresh Express Logistics Private Limited and Trustee C. Cyber Kolhapur, who accepted the invitation to be session president. However, due to unavoidable circumstances, he could not make to the international conference. Extend our warmest wishes and regards to him and look forward for his valuable guidance for future engagement. A very special thanks goes to keynote speaker, Faculty of Business Studies, Arab Open University, Sultan of Oman, Dr. Kabali P. Subramaniam, for deliberating lecture on implications of COVID-19 problems and consequences, who have extended their wholehearted support and raising the bar of knowledge for his conference. I wish to express deep sense of gratitude to our guest speaker, Dr. Christina Kotra, Associate Professor, College of Business, Abu Dhabi, University, UAE. Lastly, but not least, I am grateful to the session coordinators who have graced the event in spite of their busy schedule. And even though I would like to thank Dr. Anu Deshpande Madam, our principal, our president, for giving me opportunity as a session coordinator, for giving me vote of thanks. Thanks all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was really wonderful connected with you for your enthusiastic participation for both the sessions. Besides their busy schedule, Dr. Kavi Subramanian sir and Dr. Christina Kotra madam has spared their valuable time and they're connected with us since the inauguration of the conference. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir. We were fortunate enough to listen to your intellectual talks. We expect your cooperation and participation in our upcoming events as well. On behalf of Dr. Deshpande Madam, it's a request to Dr. Kavi sir that we expect your cooperation in the startups for our MBA students. Also, a request to Dr. Christina ma'am to cooperate us in guiding our MBA marketing students. Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you
Thank
so
you,
much.
sir.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, delegates. We expect the same zeal and excitement for the upcoming technical sessions. Delegates will be rejoining at 2:30 p.m. for the technical sessions. All references, kindly check your name. The link and the track have been sent to your registered name and join the technical session with the link provided. Thank you so much. Make sure that you are on right time for the technical session. Thank you. We are signing off. We'll rejoin again at 2:30 p.m.
Krishna madam is there. Yeah. Yes, Krishna madam. Hello.
Hello.
Krishna madam, this is Professor Ali speaking from VPIM Institute. Since I'm looking after this institute, let us think of some long-term association with your university and then have some sort of exchange program in terms of the faculty, students, something long-term, rather than just having an interaction for such international conferences. I always think in terms of long-term. So please give a thought to have some long-term association with VP and how we can share and exchange the knowledge with our institute as well as yours.
Most definitely, I would like you to put your thoughts on a paper, and then I will forward your letter to the dean of the school and also the person who is in charge for international partnerships.
Okay, okay.
But you need to put everything on a paper, on a formal paper.
Okay, and then it should be addressed to whom, ma'am?
Address it to the dean of the school.
Dean of the school, okay.
Please.
Okay. Because what happens, if we share across, the different countries, the cultural, this one, differences, and the research that we come across in your country here as well. So there would be a good interdisciplinary exchange of knowledge.
Definitely. I will most definitely forward you the email of the dean and also the person who is in charge of the partnerships, international partnerships, because we cooperate at the moment with some universities in India as well and other universities around the world. So these are the people that will decide and will discuss with you the matters further.
Okay, okay. So, so please keep in mind that let us have a long-term association. So that would be good for exchange of knowledge.
Okay, and CC me as well, please.
Yes.
Whenever you, yes, I will most definitely soon after we close this session forward to Dr. Deepa or the person who I was communicating with all this time, the two emails. And also some information regarding on what to put down on the paper.
Right, right. So as you suggested, we'll have a mailing in this regard and then see if it materializes. And if it materializes, really good for both of us.
Definitely, sir. Yes, this is something that the university apparently is seeking to expand.
Right, because we also have done a lot of research, applied research, where we can share with your students, and then you can share your experiences with our students. That would be a good exchange.
Absolutely, I wouldn't agree more.
Yes, yes. Okay, very kind of you. Thanks a lot.
No problem at all, and thank you so much for inviting me.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Delegates will be rejoining at 2:30 p.m. Thank you so much. We are signing off.
And I wish I was there, not here.
Okay.
And now I'm inside my little room. What can we do?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you as well.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Yes, thank you, thank you. हा योगी सर कसे आहात आपण? हे माईक ऑन करा की सर. योगी सर माईक ऑन करा तुमचं. योगी सर आवाज येत नाहीये.
आता
आता येत आहे.
चांगलं झालं कॉन्फरन्स.
हो खूप खूप छान झालं सर. आपण आला बरं झाला. आपण आला बरं झाला.
काही कॉन्ट्रोवर्शियल मुद्दे मांडले ना त्यामुळे.
हो चांगलं झालं की. So you gave the impetus for discussion.
A chance for discussion. Good discussion.
Yes.
Because
खूप छान झालं.
Capital market. Congratulations to your all colleagues.
Right sir.
Thank you for inviting me. Okay.
Yes sir, yes, it's our pleasure. It's our pleasure. Sir.
So if the COVID goes down, I would like to share some of my experience with VPIMSR.
Yes. Oh, करिए कि.
Okay. I will come there.
हाँ जी.
And 1 or 2, 3 lectures on the recent things I will take.
जी सर.
Okay. Thank you for. Okay.
नक्कीच. तब्येत सांभाळा.
हे बघा कॉम्प्युटर.
मोंटी.
छान. Okay sir. Thank you.
Okay sir. Okay, thank you.
afternoon, everyone. I am wonderful going through rapid classes in the introduction, and I hope everyone has joined the paper presenter and it is there for
Yes.
appreciation.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Kawalji or madam.
Yes, good afternoon.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon, Suri Prakash sir.
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Very shortly we will be starting. We'll just wait for another 5 minutes so that all the delegates they'll join and then we'll go ahead with the presentation, sir. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Hello. हाँ हाँ मैं
Hello. Hello, Kaur. Welcome, Dr. Surya Prakash sir. Welcome to this session. I just take one 5 seconds, sir. 1 minute. We will start within 5 minutes, sir. Dr. Hemant Chitte,
Okay, madam. No issue. We are ready and
Bhujan Parikh, are you there? Please raise your hand who are present here so that we can decide how much time should be given for the presentation. Okay, as per the paper code, paper number 1589, as per we have given the track list, okay, track list 1, we are going with the same sequence. If someone is missing, when we announce the name, so that number will be taken later, okay. Participants, Dr. Hemant Chitte, are you there? Okay, Poojan Parikh, are you there? All the participants, be ready with your presentation. You have to share your PPTs from your side. Dr. Sudhir Mane, Mr. Suryavanshi Kamlakar Anandrao, are you there? Ramshankar Verma,
Excuse me,
please
ma'am.
unmute yourself and let me know how many presentations are there.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Raise your hand so that I will come to know that how many of you going to present.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes?
Good afternoon, ma'am. This
Good
is
afternoon,
Shashwati
ma'am. This is
Bhome.
Shashwati Bhome. Okay.
Ma'am, my name
Ma'am,
is
my name
reflecting
is
in both
reflecting in
track 1
both
and
track
track 2.
1 and
Where should
track
I
2. Where
join?
should I join?
The list you
The
have
list you have
shared.
shared.
So
You
it
have
is.
shared two papers, no? Or one
No,
paper?
no, only one
Only
paper.
one paper. Only one
Ma'am.
paper, ma'am. If you are a faculty, for faculty track, one is there.
Yeah, I'm a
Yeah, I'm a
faculty.
faculty. Okay. Then you have to present here.
Okay,
Okay?
fine, fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, okay. Ma'am, we will start, we will proceed with the session.
I think I have the list of the paper presenter here with me, and we should proceed for the presentation as number of presenters are 30 and we have limited time. By 4 we have to finish all the things.
Sir, sir, just a minute, Prakash, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, you are not clearly audible, sir.
I am not audible properly. I hope I should be audible here.
Okay, fine, sir. We will start, sir. Thank you. Prakash, sir, hello.
Yeah. Hello.
As per the presentation list, how much time we should allow, sir? 5 minutes or 7 minutes?
As per the presentation list, I am observing I have total 30 presenters.
Actually, out of them, I think 20 papers will be they will present. So, I would request you, sir, if the empirical research is there, you can give 7 minutes. And if the conceptual papers are there, 4 minutes are okay, sir.
7575, this you I will manage.
Okay, sir. Okay.
So, I think we should proceed for the presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll start, sir.
Good afternoon, one and all. And today we are here to observe the presentation of the presenters from different nook and corner of the country.
Sir, sorry for interrupting you. I'll start and then I'll just begin. I'll welcome you all and then you can start, sir. Please, sir.
Okay.
We know you are very excited, sir, to listen to the presentations. So please give me just 10 minutes.
Yes, please. Take your time.
Okay, sir. Welcome to this post-lunch technical session. Good afternoon to one and all. I hope you had a delicious lunch at your respective places. For this session, we have with us Dr. Kawaljit Kaur, Madam, Associate Professor in Economics at Sri Guru Gobind Singh College, Chandigarh, who is the session's chairperson. Dr. Kawaljit Kaur, Madam, has 34 years of teaching experience for both PG and UG. Banking, industry, and health are her areas of specialization. Madam has 15 years of research experience. She is also a research guide, and under her guideship, 3 students have been awarded PhD and 1 is pursuing. Madam has completed 1 minor research project with UGC and 1 major research project with ICSSR. To her credit, she has 8 book publications, 52 research paper publications in reputed journal, and presented 90 research papers in various national and international conferences. Dr. Kaur, Madam, has delivered 20 keynote speeches and has chaired 40 sessions and co-chaired 30 sessions in various national and international conferences. To add to it, Madam has also delivered 60 guest lectures on her specialization areas. She has bagged 4 awards as well. She is a life member of Indian Economic Association, Association of Socio-Economic Development Studies, Punjab Development Society, Chandigarh Economic Development Association, EC member of IEA, and the treasurer of Indian Economic Association. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. We also have with us Dr. S. Prakash, acting as a co-chairperson, Associate Professor, SRCC, Delhi University, Delhi. Dr. S. Prakash, sir, is an Associate Professor in Department of Commerce, Sri Ram College of Commerce, University of Delhi, and the President of Youth Empowerment and Research Association, India. He obtained his MCom and PhD degree from Faculty of Commerce, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. He has more than 14 years of teaching experience in commerce and management discipline, particularly marketing management at graduate and postgraduate level. Apart from his regular teaching work, he involves actively in working with various academic projects as well. Sir is a member of many academic and professional bodies and is on the editorial board and review board of many reputed journals. He is the life member of Indian Commerce Association, Indian Accounting Association, and Youth Empowerment and Research Association, India. A prolific academician and dedicated writer, he has to his credit of more than 24 research papers and articles published in national and international journals, magazines of repute, and has presented about 50 research papers, articles in various national and international seminars and conferences in India and abroad. The latest presentation was in 6th International Conference on Business and Finance in Windhoek at University of Namibia, 4th International Conference on Sustainable Development, Waving Innovation in Business and Commerce at Museum of the Philippines University, Manila University, and Asian Conference on Corporate Governance in Bangkok at Assumption University of Thailand. He is a frequent visitor of Guiding College of Business Studies, Royal University, Bhutan, for academic purpose. Sir has participated in more than 30 national and international conferences as a chief guest, resource person, chairperson, and speaker in India as well as abroad. Dr. Prakash Sir is also associated with RKGF University, Bhopal, on Department of Commerce, Delhi, School of Economics, as a research guide for supervising MPhil and PhD degree in Commerce and Management. He has written over a dozen of reputed books in marketing discipline. His area of interest in teaching and research are marketing, advertising, and general management. We are really gratified to have you, sir, for this session. Thank you, sir. Before we proceed with the presentations, I request session chairperson Dr. Kavanjit Kaur Madam to address the gathering. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Welcome to this international conference. So I welcome all the delegates. So they should present their paper in the time manner as given. 7 minutes if paper is empirical and 5 minutes if it is only theoretical. So we can start from the number 1. Dr. Hemant Keshav Chete. The title of the paper is Simple Electronic Circuit for Measuring Electrical Conductivity of Conducting Polymer Transducers. So if the candidate is present, so he can start.
Yes.
Candidate is present?
I think, ma'am, he is not there.
He is not there.
Can go to the next delegate. Next
we can move to the second.
Yes, yes.
Pujan.
Pujan
Nimish Kumar Parekh. Title of the paper is A Study on Profitability and Liquidity Analysis of the Selected Indian Private Sector Banks. Is Pujan present?
No, ma'am.
No, she is not present. Okay. Third candidate is Dr. Sudhir. Impact of COVID-19 on small business management.
Yes, ma'am. He is present, ma'am.
He is present. Okay, Dr. Sudhir, you can start. Please keep in mind the time factor.
Dr. Sudhir Mane.
I hope we are audible to you and your practice of
Yes, please start, Dr. Sudhir Mane.
small management.
Dr. Sudhir Mane, please unmute your device and please start the presentation.
मैडम मैं नो प्रेजेंट में ड्राइविंग कर रहा हूँ अभी मैं जर्नी में हूँ अब मैं कर सकता हूँ प्लीज नेक्स्ट
Okay, we'll go for the next participant.
Okay.
Next participant.
Surya Vanshi.
Ma'am, shall I read out the names?
Okay, read out.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Suryavanshi Kamlakar Anand Rao. Please raise your hand if you're there. Please raise your hand if you're there. Madam, we'll skip. Next we have Ram Shankar Verma. Ram Shankar Verma. Madam, what we can do is, instead of calling out the names, can we just request the delegates, whoever is going to present the presentation, can they raise their hands? That would be better.
That will be better.
Because we are just wasting our time here. So, participant delegates, please, a humble request, who are interested to give the presentation, please raise your hand so that we can call out your name and you can proceed with the presentation. I request the delegates, please raise your hand. Yes, we have Bhavna Chaval. Yes, madam?
Yes, madam, I'm there. Yeah.
Yes. Please.
She's at number 16.
Just proceed for the
She's at number 16, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
16.
It's our title is research. Title is Impact of COVID-19 Pandemic on Human Resource Management in Organization. Over to you, madam.
Yeah. Wait a second.
Yes, madam. Please start.
Yes, ma'am. Just 1 second. I'm presenting, huh? It is visible, ma'am?
No, madam. Not yet. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is visible.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. All the people on the dais. My research paper is on impact of COVID-19 pandemic on human resource management in the organization. The promising picture of progressive world economy that was visible in the recent year was ruthlessly shattered by COVID-19 pandemic that hit the world in the 2019-20, continued to spread its deadly variants and infection waves across the world. The rapid spread of corona compelled the national government of the world to enforce strict restriction on common public as well as business to contain the spread of the deadly virus. This included social distancing norms, shutting down of malls, recreational activities, cinema halls, departmental stores, as well as traveling restriction both nationally as well as internationally. This research paper studies the level of impact of COVID-19 pandemic on various human resource functions carried out by HR department in the organization worldwide. Introduction. Moving to introduction, the Human Resources Department of the organization has to carry out various functions pertaining to the human resources of the company, such as staffing, recruitment, selection process, salary negotiation, maintaining employee records of attendance, salary promotion, appraisal, etc. In this research paper, an attempt is made to study the challenges in front of human resource management team of an organization due to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. First, we will see the function-wise impact of pandemic on HR, that is number one, workplace condition. The COVID-19 pandemic has significantly changed the working condition of the organization, as most of the organization were forced to employ a work from home approach. Further, employees, leading organizations such as Google restricted its employee to work from home till the end of the first half of 2021, whereas Twitter employees were given freedom to work from home till the pandemic receded completely. But some of these businesses, such as manufacturing companies, cannot work with employees at home. So this organization either had to lay off their employees or alter the working conditions. So as to follow the strict social distancing norm while working physically at the plant, these changes included sitting at a distance of 1 meter from each other, wearing PPE kits, staggering work shifts of employees so as to avoid crowding. Isolation and psychological stress among the employees working remotely became a serious issue. In this, employees work long hours in front of their laptops without actually being physically a part of the company's working environment. Many HR managers have used virtual social gatherings such as virtual birthday parties, lunches, and Foundation Day celebration to boost the morale of the employee. Moving to point number 2, staffing. COVID-19 has a varied impact on different types of organization. Some organizations had to face major losses, especially the ones who is selling consumer products, recreational services, tourism services, etc. On the other hand, there are some businesses that have prospered and flourished under the new normal, such as online shopping site, healthcare agencies, home delivery agencies such as Zomato, Swiggy, farm agencies, etc. So firms that have faced financial crisis have had to lay off their employees. Also, recruitment had to be frozen till indefinite future, or had to be restricted to low-skill employees recruitment in order to control the cost of staffing. Point number three is employee performance management. In the time of pandemic, employee performance becomes even more critical to enable the company to survive through its financial crisis and improve company's profit. On the other hand, the company HR management teams have had to alter their performance appraisal and the management strategy to adjust to the pandemic situation as the working pattern of the employees change, such as work from home and stagger work timings. It becomes important for the organization to monitor employee performance in this pandemic crisis and keep providing the details of the same to the employees. Point number four is training. The COVID-19 pandemic has also necessitated companies to provide various trainings to their employees, keeping in view the changing working scenario. Among those, one of the most prime importance is the training related to personal safety and hygiene and social distancing. They need to be trained regarding how to be followed COVID-19 prevention protocol at a work, how to use sanitizers, spray machines, thermal guns, as well as what steps to be taken in case a colleague at a work suddenly falls really sick at workplace. Secondly, the employees need to be trained to adapt to the new working style of the remote working, work from home, so that they can smooth carry on working in this change environment. They should be trained regarding the usage of online meeting and work platforms such as Google Meet, WebEx, Zoom, etc., in order to enable them to adjust to the new way of working in the best possible manner. As Fifth point is career planning and development. The COVID-19 pandemic has impacted the career planning goals of the employee worldwide. The study, based on the analysis of the impact of COVID-19 on the career outcomes and aspiration among a panel of 3,821 employees, showed that due to COVID-19 crisis, employees were afraid of losing their job in the near future. Most of the employees in various organizations are more focused on just retaining their jobs amidst the wave of job cuts and salary reduction going through each and every industry worldwide. So this pandemic situation has been a great jolt in the career of aspiring individual who looked at the year with the hopes of the future promotion and salary hikes. Now the focus is on job security and personal health, thereby giving a break to go-getter attitude. Point number six, management of employee compensation. As a reaction to COVID-19 outbreak, some countries have implemented governmental policies to provide financial support for employees in the organization during this health crisis and to encourage them to comply with the stay-at-home orders. For instance, in the USA, the federal government has enacted the temporary paid sick leave, allowing private and public sector employees 2 weeks of paid sick leave for isolation, treatment related to COVID-19, taking care of member of the family infected by COVID-19, and childcare caused by the school or daycare closure. Short-term compensation, also known as part-time jobs, has also been adopted to sustain the economy while protecting the business and the employee's job. It consists of offering employees a temporary reduction in the number of level of working hours, which will help the organization that are experiencing a decrease in the level of demand to retain their employees and to avoid the layoffs. At those workplaces where the risk getting infected by the COVID virus was higher, the HR department had to consider the amount of compensation to be paid to the employees who were risking their lives and well-being in order to continue working and completing company's target. Point number seven, employee relation. The challenges posed by COVID-19 pandemic have surely has an impact on the traditional relationship of the employee and employer. The labor laws across the world were also considered in order to adjust to the current scenario. As you have seen, the vaccination campaign have started all over the world. Organization, many countries have taken initiative of providing free vaccination to their employees as a move to protect from the deadly virus and reinforce the employees' faith in the belief of their company care for their health and well-being. So I would like to conclude that we can conclude that COVID-19 pandemic has had far-reaching impact on the various functions of the human resource management. HR managers and the practitioners worldwide needs to review their existing HR policies in order to be prepared for any such sudden crisis that has ability to alter the work environment drastically. Employee healthcare insurance as well as remuneration along with the emphasis on safe work environment is the need of the hour. Those organizations that want to grow and flourish in this new normal will have to look inward and change their way of looking in order to recruit, motivate, and retain their talented human resource as well as attract the new one. I would like to thank you for giving the opportunity. Ma'am, it is done.
Okay.
What were your references?
Yeah, I can show. References are I referred UNCTA Day, that is impact of COVID-19 pandemic on trade and development, that is transiting to a new normal. Then even I have referred the Iron Golding Robert Muga, that is the one of the research article, and I have visited UNESCO in August 2020.
You've written the 6 points without
Yes.
framing any objective or methodology. The
No,
basic
ma'am.
first thing has been ignored.
Okay.
There must be some objective.
Okay.
I could not find any objective here. Was there any objective?
No, ma'am. Actually, I'm presenting for the first time, so I don't have that much of idea, ma'am.
Okay, Deepa, very good presentation. As you said, that it is first time presentation. Still, you have tried your best.
Okay.
But this paper could be more attractive if you add in this particular paper, first to draw the objective and try to find out the result gap.
Okay, next time I will keep in mind, sir. Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Objective. Why you are doing this particular, why you are writing this paper?
Yes, yes.
So, no doubt they have given a very wonderful presentation, but still some modifications required. So you can proceed later and you can incorporate the suggestion given by Kawaljeet ma'am.
Okay.
And we as well. You frame out some objective and you run behind the objective.
Yeah, I can see the objective of research paper is.
Use the data, whether primary or secondary data.
Okay, sir. I can say that, the objective of the study is impact of pandemic on the lifestyle.
I would like to invite another presenters, those who are on the screen. And
Okay, sir. Thank you.
just please.
Okay, thank you, Sawa ma'am. The next presenter is Dr. Seema Saxena,
Yeah.
number 70.
So,
Yeah, ma'am.
Delegates, already we have sent you the track 1 list and track 2 list. As per the track list, see your name, and in that session only you are supposed to present for the paper. Because assessment.
Yeah, sir.
Yes, if your name is in the track 1, then only you will be in this meeting. If your name is in the track 2, then you have to present your paper in the track 2, which is already simultaneously going on. I have sent all the links. Once again, check your WhatsApp. I have sent all the email also. 2 days before I have sent. Thank you.
Yes, next presenter, I am waiting for him.
Yes, madam, you can start your presentation.
Yeah, ma'am. Ma'am, my screen is visible?
Yes.
Yeah. 1 minute. Good afternoon to one and all. My today's topic is new learning strategies adopted by the teachers and students during COVID-19 pandemic. Sir, as all of us know, novel coronavirus disease 2019 disease means spread from person to person, a highly contagious disease. It has negative impacts on psychology of otherwise healthy communities, educational system, as well as other field of livelihood such as economic sectors and industries, etc. My main objective is to deliver this presentation is to show the effect of this pandemic on educational platform. So due to this COVID-19 pandemic, schools and colleges shut down so that the changes takes place in the teaching and learning platform of teachers and students. Online teaching and digital platform flourishes as there is webinar, workshop and conferences become normal method for sharing knowledge. Now, what learning strategies are adopted by the teachers in a developing country like India during the initial period of pandemic? Teachers were not prepared to face the technological challenges that came up with pandemic due to lack of preparedness and experiences in digital and online learning method. But as we are teachers, when the lockdown was going on in the year 2020, it has came to in our mind that we have to change our teaching techniques in near future. So most of the teachers rapidly adopted the information and communication technologies, ICT, as a primary resource in the teaching learning. Blended learning and soft technology was adopted by most of the teachers. Most of the teachers get enrolled themselves with various online refresher, induction and orientation program conducted by MHRD. Initially, most of these programs were related with how to get acquainted themselves with online teaching. These programs increases the knowledge about how one can share PPT, PDF study material on digital platform and how one can create Google Classroom. Their own websites can insert video, etc. Really, these programs run by MHRD were very useful for teachers like us, which were not comfortable with online teaching and learning platform during the initial period of pandemic. Sir, from the next slide, madam. From the next slide, I would like to present what I did during this pandemic for my students. I want to share my personal experiences in the next slide. As you know, मैं थोड़ा सा अपना introduction देना भूल गई थी. Myself, Dr. Seema Saxena, HOD Geology from SSN Subodh Girls College, Sangli, Jaipur. Sir, I am teaching in a girls' college. It is a PG college situated in the rural area Sanganer of Jaipur district of Rajasthan. More than 3,000 girls are enrolled here. I want to share with you that most of these students are from poor background and their parents are mostly vegetable vendors, street vendors, carpenters, gardeners, daily wages laborers, and these students have many siblings and it is very difficult for their parents to arrange mobile phones for online classes for all their children at one time due to their poor financial condition. Besides this, mobile data charges are also not affordable for them. So, I plan to prepare YouTube video of my subject exclusively for them. I form PDF of all my notes, but you know presentation is a very essential part of teaching. Benefit of YouTube video is that they can access their courses in my voice at any time when mobile is available for them. Dear sir, when the lockdown was removed and then we recorded our practical classes and shared with on YouTube. But I also want to share that I also provide notes to my students on Google Drive. But for this, I want to tell that I have completed various online FDPs, refresher courses, and orientation program conducted by MHRD. These I have done during the pandemic time to cope up with my teaching and to benefit my students. But besides this, students become acquainted themselves with e-conferences tool, Zoom, Google Meet, Skype, Microsoft Teams, Google Room classes, etc. Students are using popular social media tools like WhatsApp, Telegram, YouTube channel, Facebook, etc. for online learning. Thus, I want to say virtual education is the most preferred mode of education during this pandemic era of COVID-19. But one thing I also want to share that with this PPT, I am sharing this PPT with you. Not only my students, but students from abroad also like my videos and my notes, and they request me to send their videos, and then I feel very happy and satisfied. Thank you. Thank you very much to organizers for giving me a chance to present my view and achievements. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Seema. It's wonderful that you have learned and you are doing good job for the rural girls. So everything is fine.
Thank you, ma'am.
In a research paper, what are the requirements so that perhaps you are not able to fulfill that, whether objective, research methodology, or the limitations of the study or conclusions? So, but you have done a wonderful job. That you are doing service to the girl student, because otherwise online education would have become very difficult for them. Now, your notes are available on YouTube. That's a very good thing.
मैम प्रैक्टिकल डेमो प्रैक्टिकल क्लासेस जो है वो भी हम स्टूडेंट्स के साथ शेयर करते हैं, जिससे कि अगर बच्चा एट दैट टाइम, क्योंकि आपको पता है मैं थोड़ा क्या हिंदी में बोल सकती हूँ, मैं अपने व्यूज को हिंदी में ज़्यादा शेयर कर पाती हूँ। मैम ऐसा है कि बच्चे जो हमारे रिमोट एरिया से आते हैं, कन्वेंस उनके पास अवेलेबल नहीं होता। हमारी हॉस्टल फैसिलिटी है, बहुत से बच्चे हॉस्टल में रहते हैं, बट एट दैट टाइम हॉस्टल वॉज नॉट अवेलेबल। देन आई क्रिएट द डेमो क्लासेस and then share my all the videos on YouTube so that they as well as other person also get benefited. This is my motive to help in each and every case to my students.
Yes, that is a good thing.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, very nice presentation, Sima, while sharing your personal experience.
Thank you, sir.
Shall we proceed, sir? Shall we go to the next participant? I would like to call upon Priya Nadur, number 9. Number 9.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So her topic is a study on the experience of uh, virtual learning among the parents of school-going children with respect to Mumbai region. Over to you, ma'am.
Who is going to present? Just excuse me.
It's number 9. Number 9, Priya Nagar.
Number 9. Here it is said as something else. Mr. Suryavanshi. Sorry, number 9. Yes, right. Okay.
Yes.
Right, I'm sorry. Priya, right.
Yes. Please, Priya, you can start.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just a minute, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm not able to share my screen. Just a minute, ma'am.
You have an icon. Yeah.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone, and thanks to the organizers for letting me to give me this opportunity to give this presentation. Okay, so I am Ms. Priya Nagar, and the topic that I'm going to present today is a study on the experience of virtual learning among the parents of school-going children with respect to Mumbai region. The reason I have selected this topic is what, according to my opinion, is during this pandemic, if the field that has been mostly affected is the education system, because we had to completely shift from the classroom system to the virtual platform. So that brought a curiosity in me to do a research in this sector and to find out how the virtual learning is affecting the small children who are still immature, and at a very early stage they were being introduced to a new platform that is called as the virtual platform. So let's just go into our PPT. So this is my content. Just a minute. I'm so sorry for the disturbance.
Priya, ma'am, any problem here?
Ma'am, just a minute. Just give me 1 minute.
We can do without PPT. PPT is creating problem. We can present without PPT.
Yes, Priya ma'am, please go ahead without your presentation. It would be okay.
Okay, so sorry ma'am, I'll present without my PPT. So the content of my presentation or the PPT is the introduction, the objectives, the research methodology, result and discussion, and the conclusions. So I'll first go with my objectives. So the reason I selected this this topic was to understand the issues faced by the school-going children due to virtual learning, to understand what are the issues faced by the parents who are raising their small children, how they are managing their children who are attending these virtual classes. Also to become aware aware of fitness and related fitness problems related to visual studying. That means to understand the physical problems the students are facing, and also the visual issues the students are facing. And the last objective is to understand or to estimate what kind of future we will have if this kind of a virtual learning continues. Then I have stated my research methodology, in which I have stated that my research paper is a combination of secondary data and primary data. The secondary data is collected using a query method by circulating Google Forms. My sample size was a sample of 100 respondents. Then I have results and discussion section, where I have stated all my questions that I have asked. So the first question is whether is your child attending a virtual class? So definitely the paper was, the survey forms were circulated only to those parents whose child are attending the virtual classes. The second question was, does your child join the lecture and goes to sleep? In that, majority of the parents have disagreed and they have said that no, our children does not go to sleep after attending the lecture. Then the question was, is your child attending the class genuinely? Where again 60% have said that yes, their child attends the class genuinely, whereas 40% feel that no, their child is not taking the virtual class that seriously. Then, if you see in the survey forms, I had collected data which apps are mostly used for conducting virtual class, in which we have found that Google Meet is the app which is mostly used by schools. Then the next question was, do you feel in the online classes teachers teach the way they teach in the physical classes? Where 54% of the parents feel that sometimes teachers teach the way they teach physically, whereas sometimes they don't. Only 20% of the parents feel that no, they do not teach completely the way they teach in the physical classroom. Then my question was, were the books available to the children during this pandemic? Only few parents had the problem because they did not get the books available at it was not that accessible for them. Then my next question was, do you face network issues? Where 82% of the parents had faced technical issues due to which the virtual classes were getting disturbed and they felt that their child is not getting the actual learning. And only few parents had faced these technical issues all the time, due to which they feel that virtual learning was a big flop for them. My next question was, does the teacher try to solve the doubts of the students during the online lecture? Where majority of the parents have said that this happens sometimes, but sometimes it does not happen. Then my next question was, does your child takes the assignments given in the online classes seriously? Where again majority of the parents have said that no, they do not take the assignments seriously, and even if the assignments are given by the given by the school, the parents help their child to complete the assignments. Then my next question was, which is a very important question, do you feel that your child is getting addicted to the bad habit of copying during the online exams? Where majority of the parents have agreed and they say that yes, because of the online exams, their child is not trying to attempt a question, They wait for their parents to help them, or else they are addicted to the bad habit of copying in the exams. The next question was, do you appear for the exam on behalf of your child? Mostly the junior KG till the third standard parents have said that yes, we have we have to appear for the exam on behalf of our child, as the child is not interested in attending the online exam. Whereas the other parents feel that sometimes we help and sometimes we don't. My next question was, do you feel teachers pay attention to your child's improvement? Whereas where the maximum parents have said that yes, teachers do give concentration and teachers do pay attention to my child's improvement, whereas some feel that no. Then again, my next question was, did your child's school conduct any online parents meet? Where 81% of the parents have agreed that yes, their school has taken an attempt to conduct a parents meet, whereas 19% of the parents have said that the schools have not taken any attempt or any step to conduct a parents meet. My next question was, do you think online lectures and exams are useful in improving your child's academics? Where 46% have students have said maybe it's useful, 38% of parents have said no, it's not completely useful for a child's improvement or for his career. And only 16% of parents feel that yes, virtual learning can improve their child's career. My next question was, do you want online lectures and exams to be continued in the future? 80% of the parents have said that no, they do not want the online classes or the virtual learning to continue in the future. That itself shows that parents are not at all satisfied with this kind of a learning. And my next question was, what kind of other problems do the parents face because of this virtual learning? So the problems stated by my respondents are like virtual learning makes their children very lazy. Children are not interested in reading books as they are just attending the lecture physically. They are just logging in the lecture and they are attending. They are not interested in putting extra efforts for reading the books. Then growing boredom and loss of interest over the time reduces memory power of the children. Few teachers, teaching is not satisfactory. Concepts are not explained in detail like it's explained in physical classroom. There is disconnection with other children and social life, and there is excessive use of electronic devices which they feel is not good for their child. So these were the responses given by them. So I would like to conclude my PPT by saying that yes, this pandemic brought a new concept like virtual learning to these children at a very early stage, but the schools, the colleges, the parents and the small children did a very great job in making this a big success. I would like to say that even if this continues in future, we should be learning from all our mistakes, be prepared for anything that comes our way, and we can come together and make this virtual learning a better thing for the students. At the end, we need to remember that whether it's a virtual learning or it's a physical learning, it should be student-centered. Our main focus should be improvement of the students. Thank you so much. Thanks to the organization for giving me an opportunity to do a research on this topic and to present it in front of you. Thank you so much. If I have wasted your time by those technical errors, I'm extremely sorry for that.
Okay, no problem. Thank you, Priya. So these are the network issues also when students are taking classes. So we completely agree with you. It can happen to anyone, anywhere, and students did face problem. You already said that 82% parents have said that they face difficulties in attending classes because network is not so good in country. So otherwise, you tried your level best. What is your subject, Priya?
Subjects in the sense where I'm teaching in a college where I teach all the financing subjects like banking.
Your master's degree in which subject? Management? Master's degree?
MCom in accounts.
MCom. If you are an MCom student, then when you have collected so much data, probably data was with you, then you could have applied any test also. Then the result could have been more better. Any methodology you could have taken. You have just taken just no like that or percentage. I think you have calculated. So management students, I think you might have read research methodology. You could have applied some test also.
Okay, ma'am. Definitely, I'll try to do that because this was my first research.
So,
Yeah.
so with this data, you can do many things others also. Many things can be done.
Okay, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Keep this data with you and try to find out some more words with this.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Priya.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Shall we proceed with the next presentation, ma'am? Okay, fine. We have next Shashwati Bhaumik and Dr. Sujit Maitre. Madam, number 18. Yes, ma'am. The research paper topic is cashless transactions in organized retail growth and challenge. Yes, madam. Shall we start? Shashwati,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm there. You can start. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. So, good afternoon to the respected jury members and the organizing team members of VPIMSR Sangli and all the delegates present here. Myself, Shashwati Bhaumik. I am working as the head of retail and fashion merchandise department in Footwear Design and Development Institute, Chinwara, that is in Madhya Pradesh. Today, I am going to present my PPT on the topic cashless transactions in organized retail growth and challenges. Shall I proceed?
Yes.
Yes, madam.
Is the screen visible? Is the screen visible?
No, screen is not
Not
visible.
yet. Not yet, ma'am.
Okay, just a minute. Now is it visible?
Yes. It's visible.
Okay. So my topic of presentation is cashless transactions in organized retail growth and challenges. That is in tune with the theme of the conference, implication of COVID-19 problems and consequences. So I have chosen a sector of retail because I'm working in that particular sector. So I'm trying to evaluate the impact of COVID-19 on this particular sector, particularly in terms of cashless transactions. So the payments and transactions are integral part of our daily lives. These transactions were predominantly done in cash till recent past. The cashless mode of transaction has evolved and gathering momentum as an alternative to cash. Retail is the ultimate destination for transactions and it has witnessed a remarkable journey from unorganized to organized format in last decade. The transition from grocery stores to malls and e-commerce to organized retail has seen the growth of payment mode from cash to cashless. The outbreak of coronavirus or COVID-19 pandemic had severe impact on both the life and livelihood. The nationwide lockdown restricted the way business activities were carried out as health and safety became the prime concern. Organized retail, being the caterer to the end customer, witnessed tremendous changes in the purchase and payments pattern. Our government and agencies had taken various initiatives and innovations to boost digital payments as a safe and contactless mode of payment amid the concern for coronavirus. This pandemic has witnessed significant rise in cashless transactions by using credit cards, Paytm, e-wallet, UPI, electronic fund transfer instead of cash. This paper studies the impact of COVID-19 on the growth and challenges of cashless transactions in organized retail sector. So this is a picture where we are saying no to cash and we are going for digital transactions. We have started welcoming the cashless transactions. And this chart shows the growth in e-wallet services after demonetization, preferably particularly after COVID. The most preferred e-wallets are Paytm, Freecharge, MobiKwik, Oxygen, etc. The modes and benefits of cashless transaction. If we talk about the modes, they are Aadhaar-enabled payment systems, debit card or the credit card issued by the banks, Mobile internet banking, point of sale, e-wallets, for example, Paytm, Google, etc., Google Pay, etc. Unified payment interface, which is UPI, and BHIM, Bharat Interface for Money. The benefits of cashless transaction is ease and convenience of use with the help of smartphone, instant transfer of money, convenience due to easy availability of POS, point of sale, funds can be accessed immediately without additional investment, and finally, fast and reliable source of money transfer. The challenges and incentives of cashless transactions. The challenges are lack of literacy and awareness regarding ease and benefits, lack of access to banking services. Sometimes the retailers do not provide the cashless payment options, security and safety issues, stringent laws for cybercrime or internet fraud, transaction charges, and non-availability of appropriate digital infrastructure. The incentive which government is offering on digital transactions is cashback, discount, no-cost EMI, gift card, voucher, shopping points, just to encourage and motivate the customers for digital transactions or the cashless transactions. The objective to understand the concept of cashless transactions in organized retail, to study the awareness and penetration level of cashless transactions in organized retail. The research methodology being used is conceptual study uses only the secondary data which has been collected from the journals, industry reports, research papers, articles, and internet. These are some of the pictures showing the cashless transactions which is happening in retail sector. We can very well understand from these pictures how cash is paving its way for cashless. So these are some of the data which I could gather. Are cashless transactions more convenient than cash ones? So as per IOSR journals, 19% say yes and 81% say no. That means it's long way to go. Still, it's a long way to go as far as the ease or the convenience for cashless transactions are concerned. Awareness and usage percentage of cashless transactions in organized retail sector. Awareness is 48% and usage is 80%. If we talk about only the organized retail sector. So the findings and the conclusion. Above data shows that there is a tremendous growth regarding the awareness of cashless transactions in organized retail sector. However, usage level is comparatively low. Security and lack of trust are the major barriers for the same. Huge opportunity lies ahead in cashless transactions of organized retail sector, which needs to be encashed to ensure the growth of organized retail, in turn the economic growth of the country. I conclude that cashless transactions in organized retail sector have become an easier and essential mode of payment. It can be enhanced by mitigating security risk and building trust for both the retailers and the customer. Technology should be leveraged to the advantage of all. Government should ensure the availability of required infrastructure and incentives for cashless transactions. The objective is to provide an equal opportunity to all the customers and retailers for contributing to the transformation from cash to cashless in organized retail, leading to the overall economic growth. Cashless economy is beneficial for all the stakeholders like retailers, consumers, industries, bankers, and government. The holistic benefit will complete the shape of digital India. Recommendation: the retailers and customers should be made aware of the benefits of the cashless transaction. Infrastructure constraints needs to be eliminated. Knowledge and adoption of technology-based device, gadgets and apps like POS and QR code must be provided. Incentives should be given for cashless transaction to encourage the usage. Cyber laws along with prompt and timely dispute settlement mechanism must be formed. Removal of transaction charge for digital payment. And KYC process should be simplified and KYC costs should be reduced to include maximum population in the mainstream digital payments. Benefit of the study: the buyers will get better idea on cashless transaction, thereby contributing to the growth of Indian economy. The retailers will get a fair idea of the factors influencing cashless buyers' behavior. Thus, it will help in creating a suitable infrastructure to speed up cashless transaction, which ultimately improve the revenue and the profits. Government of India, the cashless economy is goal of our government. This study on cashless transactions will provide fair representation of effect of cashless initiatives of government and identify the measures to enhance the same. Reserve Bank of India may serve as this study may serve as a secondary data and can be used as a reference in a related field. The future scope study may serve as a base to study the pattern of transactions in various segments of retail or any other field for that matter. The references.
Good,
So that,
Saraswati.
that brings to the end of my presentation. Shall I stop sharing the screen?
Yes, you can stop. Good, Saraswati. So you have done a good job. Now,
Thank you so much, ma'am.
as the economy is passing through this pandemic and cashless services are going to increase, and one of the suggestion was very good that KYC must be simplified. This
Right.
was good. The only thing you could make this paper better is that as you have your objective was good, you have made only two pie chart. You
Right.
could have elaborated more.
Ma'am, actually, due to time constraint, as we were being told that we will get only 4 to 7 minutes, so accordingly, I reduced the number of
We can
slides.
avoid the abstract, we can avoid these references until
Okay.
abstract point can be avoided.
Okay.
So the main thing that findings, that pie
Yes.
chart, so that can be 5, 6 can be there, so that you can clearly depict whatever your objective.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Otherwise, good paper.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. The next presenter is Professor Ramani Swarna. Madam, it's serial number 20. The
Yes, ma'am.
title, the
Good
title
afternoon,
is
ma'am.
Systematic Literature Review, Importance of Temple Food Identification of Variables and Gaps, Lessons from Bhagavad Gita, Buddhism and Jainism.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon to Chairperson, ma'am, Surya Prakash sir, organizers and presenters and the participants. I'm Professor Ramni Sona from Delhi University. The title of my paper is Systematic Literature Review, Importance of the Temple Food, Identification of Variables and Gaps, and Lessons from Bhagavad Gita, Buddhism and Jainism. I hope my PPT is visible to everybody. Right
Yes,
now?
yes, yes.
Thank you. This is the flow of my paper. First, abstract keywords, because this is going to be a systematic literature review. So it was my right to showcase abstract keywords, introduction, purpose of the study, the research questions that were taken up for this literature review, research methodology, finding and conclusion, implications, and future scope, along with the references and the acknowledgements to my teachers and my mentors also. This is the abstract which was submitted to the university and the international conference, so that once I get the approval, I could have gone ahead and taken care of. And thanks to all of them, principal ma'am and everybody, for giving me the opportunity to share my research also. These were the keywords, as pertaining to the abstract that I have used and gone ahead with my research study. Introduction: everybody is talking about online teaching, online learning, and financial transactions and everything. There was one thing that I observed, and as one of my mentors, Professor Orindam Chakravarti from Florida, USA, said that if you have to begin with your research, start observing immediately in the community and the societies which are there in your vicinity. One thing that I could see is the COVID meme that was provided to the individuals who were suffering from that particular disease. And that what provoked me to go ahead and see as to what is the contribution from the side of the academia, as well as the practically thing that are happening in our community, combine them together and see what is the role. Fortunately, I saw that yes, there was a major role that was taken by the temples which are there in our country, and the way they had contributed in distributing the free food to our societies and the communities. So the basic purpose of my study was to conduct a systematic literature review, to know the importance of the temple food in the times of the post-COVID-19. And I myself enjoyed doing the research while I was taking care of it. So these were some of the research questions that you can see out here, and the data item that was there for me to do the extraction. I will be explaining to you once I complete with my research methodology, and the description as to what I gained towards the end of my own research paper. Here you will see that the research methodology was taken in three phases.
One in which I was able to scan through the databases like Google Scholar, Web of Sciences, so that I was able to understand and perform a multidisciplinary research work wherein I wanted to see whether there was any kind of a literature available on the temple food. And when I'm saying temple food, I included the Hindu temples, Buddhist temples, Gurudwaras, and I could not include the other varieties of the holy places. That was one of my limitation. However, in my phase two, I came up with the protocol that was necessary for me to go ahead with the systematic literature review. Thanks to Justin Paul, sir, who explained to me how to come up with the review protocol, and it was called as 6WS2HS, which I'll be showcasing while I'm discussing about my research question. In the phase 3, when I scanned through the two main databases, I had to perform a lot of research work in terms of the keyword research, inclusive criteria, as well as the exclusive criteria, so that I can extract the data absolutely in a fine manner. Before I can go ahead and showcase the various quantitative results that I've got, I wanted to showcase my findings also, that it had a major managerial implication, theoretical implications, as well as the conceptual implications, as only one paper was written on this particular thing, and I was able to identify good number of variables and gaps, and that is the importance of this particular paper, so that I can proceed further for my own research work in this area. These were some of the inclusive criteria which were taken up so that I can perform my research literature, completely literature review. These were the exclusive criteria that I had to take it up so that I can really refine my research work and come over to the concrete research questions that I wanted to find out. So, these were the stages that I was mentioning out earlier, and the descriptions as well as the result that I was able to find out. So this is another way in which we were able to go ahead with our literature review, and these are the topics which I could see in Google Scholar. And fortunately, I saw that there was just temple food intake and health, food security, food and energy, food and drug, and they could not include the distribution of the meals for the COVID patients. So these were the other topics that I had to literally use for scanning through the databases, so that I can come to know as to what is the contribution of the temple food also, to understand it basically. So I found that Hindu temple food, these many publications were there. Buddhist temple, not in India surprisingly, however in South Korea, there were these many number of publications which were available for temple food, Jain temple food, these were the one. Similarly for Islamic Dargah, these were the one. Islamic Masjid areas, this much of publications were there. And food at Gurudwaras, the Langar Seva that they do it, the paper publications were only this much only. So these were the other titles that were helpful for me to understand, so that I can derive and understand the model as well as the framework that I wanted to find out. Surprisingly, in the domain of philosophy, I could see that yes, there is a completely a different domain which was called as philosophy of food, and some theories, concepts, and food as seen in Western philosophy, other things were also available in my multidisciplinary research work. So here is one more empirical thing that I discovered: temples of India and their donations, especially during the COVID times, towards the food distribution itself. And the ISKCON temple, which we know is known for the food distribution, however, during the COVID meal, or I would say the post-COVID era, these were the distributions that they have shown, and they said that per day how many plates were being served and how many parcels were sent across different areas of the vicinity. And this is regarding my literature review, the systematic, and we could see that in 2021 the number of publications as well as the citation decreased below 4,000, which means that we have got a lot of scope for the publication and citing the referential works which are available for us. So that is the importance of my work. So I had to scan around 1,848 papers in order to understand the importance of my own topic. So these are the multidisciplinary ones which included my own research work. And I could see that yes, there were studies were there. However, if you look, management is missing, financial studies is missing, commerce is missing, economics is missing. So, one can really understand that yes, one can go ahead and do some kind of a research work on this particular area also. This was the food relief initiative that was taken by ISKCON, which gave me the numbers, which means that tomorrow, if I want to do a proper quantitative or a qualitative research, I can go ahead and I can use these numbers also. Side by side, I said that a lot of gaps are there. Of course, yes, we have seen that gap in theory is missing, and that's why I said that we have got that research opportunity. Gap in concepts are missing, so that we can go ahead and take care of the further and the future research work, models, analysis, population, methods that we want to use, perspectives, as well as the methodology also side by side. Now, here are my research questions, wherein I said that what was the main reason for the introduction of free food? What is the relevance of it? How is the food distribution managed and identified in the temples? What are the ethical values? What is the relationship with the action-oriented leadership, which I came across while reading the Bhagavad Gita? What are the repercussions also for that? And if you can look at the number of variables which are present, I think each one of us should, at least I have really enjoyed it, and looking at the kind of variables that I have got, I think my future research work has been taken care of with this particular paper. Now, this is the model that I could see: temple food, spirituality lessons, spirituality practices, attitudes, lifestyle, values, role of social media, okay, technology, future generation, and performing cultures. Now, under the performing cultures, I'm introducing organizations, companies, communities, societies. So, this particular model really helps me to dwell into my future work also side by side. So, I think that is what I wanted to show. These are the conclusions. That is number one, importance of the topic through the research, a gap that I have shown through that particular Web of Science page, where the graph has been shown that in 2021 we do not have much scope for the publication. And the way we are going to think about our future generation: integrated, synthesized new model for the temple food on one side, values of ecofeminism and temple food, values and practices which we can include from the spiritual text of Bhagavad Gita, Jainism, Buddhism, and see how these practices are being used in the different temples, so that we can go ahead, take that initiative, be responsible towards our own society also. Engaging millennials towards the temple food. This is another topic which I saw that yes, one should be focusing upon, and the role of the social media also. Now, these are the other opportunities which I found from the management perspective, that is entrepreneurship opportunities, relationship between food distribution, ethical values, and spirituality also side by side. So finally, I would like to thank all my teachers, Dr. Neelesh Kaushik sir from NIT Kurukshetra, Vili Poddar sir, who really taught me what is systematic literature review, Paul Justin sir from USA, who again groomed me and talking about two different sides of the systematic literature review also. Side by side, these are some of the references which I had used for my paper, and you can see that Debashis S in 2020. He is the only
But I
person.
think we can avoid this thing. References are no need to show until it is asked.
Okay.
Very good, because we have a shortage of time.
Thank
So
you,
very
ma'am.
nicely you have explained each and everything, and rather I would suggest that go for quantitative research.
Yes, ma'am. I will be doing immediately after this. I'm going for
Review of
meta-analysis.
literature is okay, very good. Everything you explained in a good manner. Now go for quantitative research.
Yes,
That
yes,
will
ma'am.
help you in the various publications and the various international journals also.
Yes, ma'am. Even this paper has been accepted by one of the renowned journals.
Very good topic. Everything
Thank
is
you,
good.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Call next candidate. And the time must be only 4 minutes. So that is
Yes,
the best
ma'am.
by
Yes,
organizer.
because we are running out of time, so I request all the delegates to please restrict your presentation to just 4 minutes. We
No
really
need for
apologize for that.
abstract. Just no need of abstract. Start from your objectives, go for methodology, and then discussion, result, conclusion, etc.
Yes. Okay. The next presenter is Mansoori Imroz and Dr. Dharmendra Mistry.
Yes, ma'am.
Title is the study of the impact of flood on financial performance of listed cotton companies in India. Madam, their number is serial number is 25.
25. Yes. Okay.
Yes, you can proceed, sir.
Uh, Hello everyone. Thanks a lot, Deshpande ma'am, Kulkarni ma'am, and overall institution of VPIMSR. Am I audible? Na?
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry, there seems to be some problem when I'm sharing the screen. Okay, I basically tried to study this relationship of what impact happens when the flood is there with regard on the cotton. I'm so sorry. Yeah, my topic is that a study on the impact of flood on the financial performance of listed cotton companies in India. The main reason of selecting this sort of a topic was that when I was working from 2005 to 2009 in one of the listed companies, it so happened that because of some climatic impact which happened globally, Indian companies which are having their inputs with regards to and agri inputs, they started going quite high. I'm talking about sugar in this case because there was some flood or some natural calamity that happened in Australia, because of which the sugar companies started doing excellently well in India. Then I tried to look at the statistics of the thing. Now Australia was as such a very big producer of sugar and other things. So ultimately, the supply was cut off from the global arena, and our companies could benefit out of that. So I also wanted to explore the same relationship, whether it was possible with regards to flood and the listed cotton companies in India. So, not wasting much of the time, on the introduction, I just want to summarize that if we try to see the global situation of demand and supply of cotton, it is that over a period, there has been decreasing level of stockpiles globally. That I could understand with regards to global levels. With India, we are at a decent size by reaching a level of 371 lakh bales in the cotton production. And we also do provide a lot of good employment opportunities. Now, with regards to this study, I undertook the list of all the companies with regards to textile, which are having textile as a business and also cotton as a business. Now, these companies were taken from Money Control, and after filtering out, 67 companies could remain in the system. The reason was that certain were not traded, certain had some other issues or something like that. Now, ultimately, my objective was to understand whether there is some relationship between cotton production or returns of listed cotton companies. Now, to understand the returns of cotton companies, it's best to understand the returns that share prices would give. So I had selected the year of 2013 as the flood year. This is the same flood year where Uttarakhand had a lot of issues, and center also announced a lot of grant for the states and otherwise. So I selected 2013 as the year and tried to do took 1 year return prior to 2013 and the return of the share prices after 2000, 1 year after 2013. So 2014 returns have been considered and 2013 returns have been considered, and paired t-test has been used to arrive at a conclusion that is there any relationship between cotton production and returns of listed companies in India. So as you can see on the screen, that my significance level came to 0.006, which meant that I had to reject the null hypothesis and accept that yes, there is a significant relationship between the cotton production and the return of the listed cotton companies in India. Now, I only considered 2013 as the year, but there have been multiple years which have been announced by the government with regards to whether it is means it is a flood year or not. So research can be conducted at that point in time also. Now, out of all this exercise that I did to do, I could understand one thing that listed companies, as per their business models, they are affected by the flood. But as in India, we still don't have any particular metric by which maybe we could compensate the companies or we can compensate the end investors. Nothing of that sort is specifically built out on us. But if we try to make something, maybe change the supply chain, maybe change certain overall the way the logistics are laid down, maybe we can help this cotton companies because they form a big number as with regards to employment, with regards to exchequers, tax revenues, with regards to their inclusion and being the mainstay, one of the mainstays of the economy. So this is what I would like to end with my paper.
Okay, thank you. It was a good paper, good presentation. The only observation I can say is that 2013 was a very old year. Instead of floods, you could have taken any other variable also.
Yo, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That you can keep in mind. Otherwise, it was a good paper. Thank you.
Definitely, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Participants, I'm requesting again, please limit your presentation to just 4 minutes. Really, we apologize for that, but we need to complete this. We need to wind up this technical session as soon as possible, so please cooperate. The next presentation is by Neelam Jirge. Neelam Jirge.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam, serial number 13.
Yeah.
And the topic is Indian spices, packages of antioxidants with potential uses in rehabilitation process from COVID-19. Yes, Neelam, Jirge, madam?
Yes. Am I audible to you?
Yes.
Is my screen visible?
Yes. Please be quick, ma'am.
Start from objectives only. Go to directly objectives.
Okay. So objective of my present study is to study the role of spices in rehabilitation process of COVID-19. So basically, we don't have any sort of proper treatment for COVID-19. The vaccination is still not achieved 100%. Talking about the Indian context. So what is the thing? Very important thing is the prevention or the rehabilitation process. It is not totally in our hands. So if at all we exposed to the COVID-19 infection, what can be done for the early and speedy recovery. So that is what is known as a rehabilitation. So why the speedy recovery is necessary? Not only necessary for reducing the mental and physical burden, but yes, obviously it is very much necessary to reduce the economical and social burden too. So food is the very important vehicle which plays very important role in prevention and rehabilitation process in any sort of infection or any sort of disease. So basically what happens in COVID-19 is inflammation which is revealed by the fever or increase in C-reactive protein. It is there in COVID-19. Then all the respiratory symptoms like cold and body ache or the other respiratory disease, it is also seen. Even the secondary bacterial or fungal infection, whenever we talk about the mycosis, though that is a fungal infection. This is the secondary thing which is commonly seen in the recovered patients from COVID-19. And also the side effects of the medications, they are also there. So what is needed for good rehabilitation process, that is meant to maintain your nutritional and the health status. So food is the very important aspect which is important or which should be considered for the proper rehabilitation process from any disease, but here we are talking about the COVID-19. So basically Indian spices, they have
and many other phenolic compounds are present in the Indian spices. So I have taken some of over here. The research methodology which I followed is basically a picture studies. So it is totally based on the secondary data which I have collected, the journals and the research articles. So basically included some Indian spices. The first important one is the turmeric, the very important active ingredient present in turmeric is nothing but the curcumin. So what can be done in case of and be responsible to reduce the systemic inflammation, and it possesses a very good antioxidant effect which is proven by many researchers. So turmeric should be we can use daily, and there are different types of the meal preparations where we can make use of this turmeric. Only the thing is that we don't have a proper quantity which is proven by the or which the research has not done yet about using the proper quantity of all these spices, we can say. The next one is ginger. The active ingredient present in the ginger is again the gingerol, a pungent ingredient, which has many physiological and pharmacological effect, being analgesic or being potent anti-inflammatory agent or anti-emetic effect also. So anti-emetic means the nausea or the vomiting which is commonly seen in COVID-19 recovered patients because of the medications, the side effect of medications, we can say. So this using the ginger only because of the active ingredient.
What are your findings? These are already given in the Google. What are your findings? Just excuse me. Let me know your findings.
So my findings actually is that there is future scope for the study or the research should be conducted with respect to COVID-19 and use of these spices, and a proper what we can say the amount or the proper quantity of all these Indian spices that should be the research should be conducted with respect to such things. It is not done yet.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
If I just you do one thing, how many presenters are left? Because time is short, we are about to reach by 4. So how many presenters are there? This is last presentation. I think 1, 2,
3, 4 are there.
Yeah.
Then you give for 4 minutes, and they should present their presentation by giving their objective and their methodology and their findings. Only 3 things will be explained.
Only 3 things.
Yes, participants, please stick up to the time. We are running out of time. The next presenter is Mrs. P. Nishita, serial number 11, madam. Serial number 11.
Yes, ma'am.
Impact of COVID-19 on students' education with special reference to Chittor district.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am. Ma'am, is my visible, ma'am?
Yes. It is visible.
Okay, ma'am. So my topic is impact of COVID-19 on students' education with special reference to Chittor district. Coming to objectives, my main objective is to study the impact of COVID-19 on education and to study the problems faced by students in online education. So coming to data analysis and interpretation, so here we can see the perception of students towards online classes. So the age group between 18 to 20, so for 14 members like online classes and only 3 members dislike the online classes. And the age group 20 to 25, 69 people like online classes and 9 members only dislike online classes, and above 25 age group peoples, 4% people like online classes and 1 dislike the online classes. So next coming to ANOVA. So in this ANOVA we can see the perception towards online classes based on age. So in this table we can infer that there is no significant difference between dependent variable and independent variable. So next coming to issues in online classes. So it is done cross-tabulation between gender and issues in online classes. So in this table we can see that the major issues in online classes is network connectivity problem. So an ANOVA is run on the same. So it is inferred that the table shows that there is no significant difference between dependent and independent variable. Next, coming to student qualification. and choice of source of online classes. So the majority of the students are liking PPT with audio for online classes, and it is done ANOVA. So it is shows that there is no significant difference between dependent and independent variable. So next, coming to the findings, in COVID-19 pandemic, number of online education tools are developed, and 87% of the students are satisfied with online classes, and 67% of the students are facing a network connectivity problem during online classes. And the majority of the respondents are preferring PPT with audio for online classes. So next, coming to suggestions and conclusion, the major drawback of online classes is network connectivity. The government should take steps and increase broadband in rural areas. Learning is a continuous and ever-evolving process. In India, the educational institutions from school to universities should use this present crisis as a blessing and make digital education as a major part of the learning process in the future for all learners. To build young minds in the present crisis, an effective and well-rounded education practice is needed. So it will help students to improve their skills that will drive their productivity, employability, health, and well-being in the decades to come and ensure the overall progress of India. So this is my reference.
Good, Nisha. Good. Thank you very much. Next
Thank you, ma'am.
edit. Call the
It's
next
a
edit.
good presentation and first time has applied the property check for the school. One question I would like to ask P. Nisha while applying the statistic to ANOVA. So you tell me one single answer why you have applied only ANOVA, why not other? Other two is also
Nothing like this. Just I used ANOVA.
No, before applying, this is to apply suggestions to all presenters who are conducting research.
Yes.
So he or
Sir?
she should be applied on your data.
Sir? Sir, I am not
Very important.
able to hear your voice.
So, yeah, please. I am audible. I hope I am audible properly.
Yes, sir.
You're not at all audible, sir.
Yes, sir. Your voice is not clear, sir.
Yeah, your voice is not clear, sir. Sir, I think sir is having some network issue. Okay, thank you, Nishita ma'am. Really, you sticked up to the time. Thank you so much for your cooperation, and I expect the same cooperation for the rest of the delegates. The next participant is from Indrayani Uttare. Serial number 8, madam.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, madam.
On students' learning process with special reference to the higher education system in Navi Mumbai area. Over to
Yes,
you, ma'am.
yeah, good afternoon, madam. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute, I'm sharing the file. Is it visible?
Not
Still
yet. Yeah.
Yes,
now
not
it
is
is
visible. Okay, you can start. Directly go to objectives.
Okay, okay. Yeah. My topic name is Impact of COVID-19 on Students' Learning Process with special reference to higher education system. So the contents, introduction, objective. Now in the objective, I have highlighted the 5 points, that is different factors, different satisfaction level of the students, different problems, different challenges, and the perceptions of the students. There are two hypotheses. First one is null hypothesis, that is facilities provided by the institution and the students learning are not associated, and alternative is associated with each other. Next is my research methodology. First one is the university of study. I have restricted to only Navi Mumbai area. The sample designs are restricted to only Navi Mumbai area. Again, research design, it is a descriptive type of design. I have collected two types of data, primary and the secondary. Primary is collected from the survey method, questionnaire method. Secondary data through the internet, articles, newspapers, etc. And the sample size is 155 students only. Next, the result and discussions are there based on the age, degree, and some questions are there. Ma'am, shall I explain the questions?
No,
If time
only discussion, result.
Okay, okay, no problem, ma'am. So these are the results and discussions by applying different questions. Yeah, these are my findings, limitations, and suggestions. In the first finding, it has been observed that 73% of the respondents are facing the financial problems. Some are having technical problems. Some are satisfied with the online education system, and many are facing the technical issues as well. And the fifth point in the findings says that the maximum students are agree with the statement facilities provided by the institution and the students learning are associated. So here alternative hypothesis is been accepted and the null hypothesis is been rejected. Limitations of my study is it is restricted to only Navi Mumbai area because of the time constraint, and students responses are only covered. Suggestions, I would like to suggest the institution should provide various facilities like financial assistance, like helping them, supporting them in to get the higher education. Next one is online platform for learning is to be provided by the institution, need to be more emphasized to give the practical knowledge because it is lacking a lot. And last one is the online platform from the student side is very good. The next one is conclusion. So it has been concluded that the students are having financial problems, even the students are having technical problems, maximum students are agree with the statement facilities provided by the institution and the students learning are associated with each other. I have highlighted this through the help of this particular questionnaires. So these are the references, and this is
Thank you,
yeah,
Hidrami, for your
yeah,
nice presentation. I'm
yeah,
coming
yeah.
directly to the question that what statistical tools have you applied? You have applied any percentage method or any statistical tool?
Yes, survey methods or questionnaires. We had sent the survey form to the students in Navi Mumbai area, and we have collected the questionnaires from degree college students, graduated and undergraduate.
No, survey is there, is fine, but any statistical methods have you applied?
No, sir, no. Only hypotheses are there to based on alternate and null hypothesis. So in my study, the alternative hypothesis has been accepted, which is facilities provided by the institution and the students learning are associated with each other. Am I okay with it, sir?
Yes, it's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes.
Next, we have Mamta. Mamta, ma'am. Serial number 12. I hope you're there.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Madam, serial number 12. And her title is COVID-19 and Indian Economic Security, a Critical Analysis. Over to you, Mamta, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected panel members and all the listeners, pleasant good afternoon to all. My name is Mamta. I am a research scholar, sharing the responsibility of a time-bound completion of this event. I am taking the minimum time which is allotted to me. May I have the permission to go with PPT?
Yes, yes, started.
Thank you, ma'am. My topic is COVID-19 and Indian economic security, a critical analysis. As we all know, economy is the backbone of any country, and India is a developing nation. So we have a fragile economy in comparison to the developed nations, which is affected by any major event in the world, like trade wars, the stress between nations, and of course the well-known COVID-19. So I have tried to find out COVID-19 effect on various sectors of Indian economy, pandemic crisis and Indian economy. So most affected were Indian industries, tourism, startups, Indian agriculture, pandemic crisis on GDP growth. Indian GDP is just 7.3%, and we have gone back for
Please
8
go to
years backwards.
objectives. Objectives. Please go to objectives, Mamta.
Ma'am, I have mentioned, but I have cut down them from the PPT. Various factors which were affected by COVID-19 crisis, in which I have told about industries, tourism, agriculture, startups, entrepreneurs, And the one thing which is positively affected is e-commerce, which is significantly increased. B2B services have been developed. Increased online shopping usage in India is also increased. Online food ordering and delivery platforms have boosted. Various gaming platforms and over-the-top OTT media have exponentially raised, like Netflix. The major crisis, which is the backbone of economic activity, migrant crisis, we are facing the pandemic crisis. Around 50 million people migrated, and pregnant children, they were forced to walk on the foot. Transport unavailability, which is a kind of disrespect for these migrant workers. The second largest mass transfer in history after partition of India after 1947. We have also seen the cases of domestic violence, which has impacted our productivity in every sense, whether it is in domestic or in professional manners. Increasing risk of domestic violence, increasing risk of domestic violence related homicide, suffered from physical or emotional distress, which is of course a productive initiator. So according to the conclusions, entire crises are interdependent. We cannot segregate medical from economy. Our security scenario with money turned into huge slowdown of entire economic condition of India forever in the history. Where is the end of this pandemic? We don't know. I know there is no panacea for it. We have to take small steps, and which we are paying the most is the ignorance and our social habits. Please wear mask, use sanitizers, hand wash, soap, timely vaccination. These are the only cures because even the developed nations are going through the most negative phase. So in India, we are also recommending these measures to take up, no ignorance at all, and with a patient's life, so that we can support each other and go with the pandemic in a well safe, well handled manner. Thank you.
Okay, good. So try to use our search methodology, objectives properly in your PPT also. Okay, next candidate. Next delegate.
Yes, ma'am. It is Vishaka Nadgir. Last presentation,
Yes,
serial
ma'am.
number 15, madam, 15, 1-5.
1-5.
Yes, ma'am.
Impact of COVID-19 on the MSMEs and small entrepreneurs.
Yes, ma'am. A very good afternoon to one and all. I'm just trying to share my PPT. Just 1 minute. Yeah, is it okay if I just start because I'm not finding, I'm not
Yes,
getting the
yes,
way.
please,
Yes,
please.
a very good afternoon to one and all, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. The topic of for the conference is the impact of COVID on MSMEs, that is micro, small, and medium enterprises, and the measurements for its revival. So the basic objective what I have taken for my paper is to showcase how the MSMEs have been affected to a large extent, as they have been a lot of dependency on a country like China, which has been the largest exporters of this sector, and to know what would be the measures for their revival. Okay, so this is the objective, and taking into consideration about the MSMEs, we have seen in so many years that almost 40% of our India's workforce is being employed under this current sector, and wherein almost nearly about 30% of India's GDP is being contributed by this sector. So the problem actually faced by this MSMEs due to COVID is that China was the very much highly impacted nation when it came to COVID initially, which actually declined our imports because we were highly dependent on that country. As for examples, there is a long gap of funding, which is actually obtaining from the credit from financial institution. That was one of the drawbacks, and there were lack of previous credit history, or maybe the documentations that we have lacked to come up with. And the data analysis that I have done is that according to the annual reports of Department of MSMEs, there are almost 6.34 crores of MSMEs in our country, but yet this sector was being highly impacted and we have seen a liquidity crunch, which actually reflected that almost 20 to 50% of MSMEs have limited their exports. And further, I would say that to the measurements which government has taken is that UAM, that is Udyog Aadhar Memorandum, which was one of the process of registration for these sector has been diluted, and now we have only Udyam registration, that is UR to be done, which was implemented from 1st July 2020, which is free of cost, transparent and online and hassle free, and it is based on self declaration. So these measures have been taken by government, and along with that there are so many other programs for refinancing the micro units, and also there are rural employment generation programs being implemented by the government, which actually has seen some improvement in our production and some inclination towards the GDP, but yet, the impact of COVID has reduced the coverage of our exports, and that's the reason we have seen that MSMEs being the backbone of Indian economy, I can say, it still has been under a very turbulent period due to lack of embracing of technological changes, or maybe for formulating the proper strategies. So hence, I would like to conclude my paper saying that MSMEs are one of the best and best way to increase our exports and increase our GDP level. But yet, there could be some more measurements taken from government side, which would help these small and micro enterprises, which would help them to recover the position what they had before. So yeah, that's all. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry I couldn't present my PPT.
Not an issue. Not an issue.
Yeah.
Good. It is technology. It can
Yes.
always create problems.
Thank you so much for this.
Any other left?
Yes, ma'am. We have one more delegate, Shivani Singh. Actually, she belongs to track 2, but she's requesting here. So can we take her presentation, ma'am? Sir?
Yes, okay, if the time permits, we have no problem.
Yes, Shivani Singh, only 4 minutes, not more than that.
Okay, okay, thank you so much, ma'am.
Please be quick.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am, I am unable to share my PPT.
It's
So,
okay, ma'am.
okay, ma'am. Ma'am, my topic is National Education Policy 2020 and Future of Vocational Education in India, a skill-based approach for promoting employability for Indian youth. And the objective, basically, the change in the education system we have been following so far, that has not been changed for last 34 years. So changes were much needed. Finally, the Ministry of Education came up with new education policy 2020, which are really a historic movement for Indian youth. Access, equity, quality, and affordability are the key pillars of this policy. And next thing is, what is the vocational education? Vocational education is simply a skill-based education to prepare the student for the employability of particular occupation. The next thing is, what is the need for the vocational education in India? As per the 12 5-year plan, estimated that only a very small percentage, that is approx 5%, go for a formal education. If we are talk about the rest of the country, Germany, South Korea, or America, they go at least 75% go for the formal education. So this data underlines the urgency to promote the vocational education in India. So finally, the objective of my study to identify the measure taken for promotion of vocational education in new education policy, and to highlight the reason for the less popularity of
Ravinder
vocational
Singh, mute yourself.
of vocational edu- of vocational
Ravinder Singh, mute yourself.
Hello. So my objective are to identify the measure taken for promotion of vocational education in new education policy 2020, and to highlight the reason for less popularity of vocational education in India than in other countries. Next, I will about my RM research methodology, it is totally descriptive in nature. And the next is the benefit of vocational education. It helps in tackle skill gap, better chances of employment, promotes entrepreneurial culture, and play a very significant role in the economic development. Next is the what is the reason for the less popularity of vocational education in India? The first one is the lack of complete awareness about vocational education among Indian youth. Narrow perspective towards vocational education, lack of social acceptability, low level of participation by industries, lack of competent and trained faculties, old and outdated modules. Next, I am talking about the new education policy 2020 in terms of vocational education. So, vocational education program will be incorporated with mainstream education in all the institute in a systematic and phased manner. Vocational education has been introduced from class 6. Vocational education has been promoted in all and government education through Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan, awareness program to be organized to reduce social stigma related to the vocational education. To guide students, skill-based aptitude test will be introduced, 10 days bagless internship program will be introduced. This policy also ensure every student learn at least one vocational program and exposed to several more. Next, secondary school will collaborate to ITI, skill knowledge provider, and local industry to increase their participation. And teachers and trainers are training are to be given. Teachers and trainers are to be given opportunities to learn innovation in their profession in implement them most effectively. And the last one is the conclusion. New Education Policy 2020 is very comprehensive and look up many aspects of education, including vocational education. All skill-based education and training is very useful to raise employment and shifting the focus from job seeker to job creator. Vocational education program will bring a real change in the lives of countless young Indians. This program will build self-confidence, improve morale and leadership skill by allowing you to utilize their skill most constructively. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shivani, for your presentation. And
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
serial number of the presentation of Shivani, just tell me, Dr. Deepali, the serial number of Shivani.
Actually, sir, Shivani is saying she belongs to track 2. So right now we don't have that. Just you can just mention her
Okay,
name.
I will mention her name only.
Yeah, yes.
And got the topic
60.
once again, just you remind the Shivani. Shivani, you are online?
Yes, sir. I am here.
What's the topic for the presentation once again?
Sir, new National Education Policy 2020 and Future of Vocational Education in India. A skill-based approach for promoting employability for Indian youth.
Okay.
Okay. Here we come to the end of the presentations. Now I would like to request session chairperson Dr. Kawaljit Kaur ma'am to share her experiences on the presentations held. Yes, ma'am?
Yes, thank you. It was a good experience to listen to the various delegates from research college to teachers. Some were first time presenters, some were good teachers. So I think it was from education to parents to cotton growers to mandirs and temples and gurdwaras. I think each and every aspect of the COVID-19 has been covered. So that was a good experience. So I think some of the new research scholars, they do not know the research methodology part, that how to frame a paper. So they tried their level best, but they do not know that there are certain parts of the research paper which must be there. So that part they were lacking, but 2, 3 delegates. One I liked the most was of Indrani. That I liked it. Then P.
Thank
Nishka
you,
also
ma'am.
I liked it. And then Professor Ramni Swarna. And this last presenter also, she was also a good presenter, because if you are applying, having some objectives, then you are using hypothesis, research methodology, some tests have been applied, and then you are finding out, only then we can say this is a research paper. If these steps are ignored, then it is not a research paper. First time presenter, please note it down that it should cover from right from introduction. Abstract part you don't have to say in the presentation. That is when you are sending your paper for publication. Then abstract is must, no doubt, keywords are must. But in presentation, you can directly start from introduction and then objectives. On the basis of that, if you want to frame hypothesis, any research methodology, then findings and discussions, conclusions, limitations, and any future suggestions. These are some of the components of a good research paper. And I think now, even in between also, I was telling this thing that some of the delegates were missing on this part. But overall, because certain delegates, they were very good, they applied all these things. So overall experience was very good. So I congratulate each and every delegate so that you have worked hard. So continue with this, keep it up so that in the next time again you are able to do it more good, more excellent form. So congratulations to all the delegates. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your valuable knowledge and perfection of wisdom. Now I would like to request session co-chairperson Dr. S. Prakash sir to share your experiences on the presentations held. Yes, sir.
Thank you, madam, by inviting me here to share my experience as though I have gone through the each and every
Sir, we are not able to hear you properly, sir.
Not audible.
Yeah. I think sir has
so ultimately I am audible. Your
yes,
voice is
yes,
coming to me
yes,
very
yes,
properly.
yes.
Yes.
No cracking.
So although ma'am has given a very good thing you everyone has forget to introduce about the significance of your study, why you are conducting this study. And second thing, whenever you are applying any test, statistical test, you should know the reason why you are applying this test so that you can easily defend your research.
Hello,
Although I
sir.
congratulate everyone for their nice presentation,
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
my best wishes organizer of this particular event. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am. Excuse me.
Yes.
Ma'am, I have a one doubt, sir.
Audible.
Sir, you have asked a question to one participant why you have applied ADOBA in this particular paper. So I just want to reply. I am also a research scholar. I have recently joined. Means as per the nature of the study, as per the data, we have to choose which statistical tool we are going to use. Am I correct, sir? As per the nature of the study, I am going to choose which statistical tool I am going to use.
Yes, you are right.
Yes, sir. That's why. This, if I am using ANOVA, that means I am comparing three groups. That's why I am using ANOVA.
Yes.
T-test is yeah. Okay, okay, okay. Thank you so much.
Any other query by any participant?
Okay, thank you so much. All the delegates, thank you so much for presenting your research here. Once again, we apologize because we couldn't give you enough time for your presentations, but we were short of time. So the show now, the next, we have the valedictory function, so we need to wind up here. So before we wind up this, I would like to call upon Professor M.M. Samudre, sir, Head of Management Department, to conclude this session. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, one and all. Honorable Chairperson for today's technical session, Dr. Mrs. Kamaljeet Kaur, Associate Professor in Economics, Shri Guru Gobind Singh College, respected co-chairperson for today's practice session, Dr. S. Prakash, Associate Professor, Shri Ram College, New Delhi, Conference Secretary, Dr. Mrs. Nita Deshpande ma'am, our most valuable invited delegates from various universities, colleges, a very warm welcome and good evening to this particular word of thanks session. It's my privilege to propose a word of thanks on this propitious occasion on behalf of the VP family, I take this opportunity to extend our sincere thanks to our chairperson and co-chairperson, Dr. Mrs. Kanwaljit Kaur and Dr. S. Prakash for sparing the valuable time for chairing and leading the session. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I also like to extend our full gratitude to all delegates for gracing the event and sharing your valuable findings and opinions. It was a truly memorable session. I would also like to thank the conference coordinator, Principal Dr. R. Shinde sir, Managing Industry, Dr. R. Patil sir, Dr. V. N. Huge sir, Professor in charge, Senior Dr. M. M. Mali sir, rapporteur for today's function, Dr. Mrs. D. S. Patil ma'am, the organizing team, academic and academic support staff members, and not to forget volunteers and students who have directly and indirectly contributed to this virtual conference. Thank you once again. Have a safe evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Participants, delegates, very shortly we are starting with the valedictory function. So please stay tuned here. Valedictory link has been posted to your chat box. Please join in. So yes, please stay back here. Please stay back here. So very soon we are starting with the valedictory function. Once again, I express my gratitude to Dr. Kavaljit Kaur ma'am and Dr. S. Prakash sir for sparing your valuable time and giving your valuable remarks for the presentations, your suggestions, all the things. I think all the delegates, they have got good inputs and definitely they will improve in their research methodology. Thank you so much. And I request Kaur Madam and Dr. Prakash sir to please be present for the valedictory function. Delegates will be starting the valedictory function within a couple of minutes. Please stay tuned.
Rajendra
Yes,
Deshpande
yes,
waiting
sir.
for validity function to start.
Yes, sir. We are. Just give us
See, you
2 minutes, sir. We will start.
can you start it immediately? I have another function and you are running the music. That's why I asked.
Yeah, no, sir. We are starting. We are starting. Just give 2 minutes, sir.
Because I see,
Yes, sir.
if it is not started in 2 minutes, I have to log out.
No, sir. We will start.
Another function is going on and they are waiting for me. Please,
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
is Dr. Geeta online?
She's not here, sir. I'm just communicating with her. Just a minute.
I do not know what are we waiting for.
Sir, we are just waiting for the other technical session that is going on. Just last presentation is there. So we'll join, joining and then we'll start. LAT sir, are you there? Dr. LAT sir?
Yes, join.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So we are starting with the validatory function. The time has come to draw a curtain to a program as we come to the close of it. Good evening to all of you and a warm welcome to the validatory function. Since morning, we have been listening to various eminent personalities who have enlightened us with their valuable insights and new perspectives. To proceed with this validatory function, it's my privilege to welcome Chief Guest for the validatory function, Sri Rajendra Deshpande, sir, Certified Business Value Development Consultant, USA. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing time from your busy schedule for this validatory function, and I'm extremely apologize for the delay. I also welcome Session Coordinator Dr. R.M. Eleti, sir, Assistant Professor, VPIMSR, Sangli. Before we are honored to listen to the Chief Guest's words of wisdom, I invite Dr. R.M. Eleti, sir, to give a brief introduction of Sri Rajendra Deshpande, sir. Over to you, sir. Eleti, sir.
Thank you very much, madam. It is my honor and privilege to introduce our today's chief guest for the military function of the International Conference on Implications of COVID-19, Problems and Consequences. Today we have with us Rajendra Deshpande, sir, who has to his credit the form Master of Marketing Management from Jamanlal Bajaj Institute of Management, Mumbai. Also, he completed PG Diploma in International Trade from Punjab University. Currently, he is pursuing PhD in School of Social Sciences, Central University, Gujarat, and at the same time, he is actively involved with social organizations like Akila Bharat Rachanatmak Samaj, New Delhi. Sir is also a certified business value development consultant, USA, for project management, sales and marketing interactions. Sir has been associated with prestigious organizations like Gillette, Lupin Laboratories, American Hospital in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He is also developed learning by doing and multi-skills models for sales training for FMCG and pharmaceutical sector. Similarly, sir also conducted various training programs at MGM University, Aurangabad, Entrepreneurship Development Institute, Gandhinagar,
I request to shorten
Ahmedabad,
it because I have very less time. Hello, I will.
Maharashtra Center for
Excuse
Entrepreneurship Development,
LLP, sir?
and
Mr.
also
Rajan, please
LLP,
don't
sir?
extend it. Please shorten
LLP,
it. I
sir?
have very less
Ma'am.
time.
LLP, sir, please, sir has some another commitment, so he has to go. So, I'm sorry to interrupt you here. Now, I request Rajendra Deshpande, sir, to please
So
share
with
his
this
thoughts
brief
and insights
introduction,
with us.
I request Rajan Deshpande sir to please continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Over to Rajan Deshpande sir.
Thank you. And I apologize for the contingencies. Another conference. I will be speaking as a chief guest for an international conference which is happening in Jaipur institution, and I'm happy to associate with you for the first time in this. And the most important part of my introduction, which is forgotten, is that recently I have been nominated by Harvard as a leaders excellence in the global team. This is the most important contribution by my researches, and my developments in the area of management have been acknowledged by one of the topmost universities in the world we always dream for. That is Harvard. I will
Congratulations, sir.
start.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it was mentioned in the profile, but somehow I think the speaker who is reading my introduction, it has been skipped.
Okay.
Anyway, doesn't matter.
Apologize, sir.
No,
Congratulations.
it's okay. It's okay. Thank you. And I will start with a very brief presentation. I am not presenting it on PowerPoint. I will just speak the pandemic that we have been discussed. There have been excellent presentations which I have been hearing about, the last few presentations which I happen to hear. There are excellent presentations and excellent researches going on. But somehow I request all of you, all of us are associated with education and the field of education and research. What has changed in us and what is going to change, that has to be presented to me, and I will speak few words with you on this. The pandemic had impacted all of us in the education sector, in the industry and health and all the society. There is hardly any person to whom the pandemic has not impacted. What most important thing that we must notice is that our experiences have changed in all our areas of life. The way we visit the shops, the way we visit the hospitals, the way we learn online on education in schools, colleges and classrooms, that has changed. Every experience of yours has changed. Even the relationships have changed. Let me tell you, even the relationships within the family, they have changed after the pandemic. Why are the experiences important? It is because experiences are the source of our emotions. I repeat, experiences are the source of our emotions. And 70 to 80% of our decisions are based on our emotions and not on technology. 15 days back, I was in an online meeting with world famous marketing expert Philip Kotler. We were discussing about the new developments in the area of marketing, and he was trying to know, since I am a Harvard nominated leader, he was trying to know what about business value development and other things. He has emphasizing about his recent concept of H2H marketing. The point here I am making is, it is all about experiences and how you handle it and how you respond it. All the corporates are therefore researching on experiences for the customers, and they are targeting the audience. How customers are experiencing this changed environment. This is a most important area for researching. Now, how to manage the experience is very important thing in business management. In the recent trend, you have seen what the corporates are doing in the digitization, doing is in the pandemic period. They are going for digitization. Look at the examples around you. How Zomato is doing successfully. How Uber Eats has promoted its eatable. How pharmaceutical companies are being successful. How FMCG companies are successful. All are successful by managing the experiences of their customers. Now, forget about corporates. We are all in education industry. And education is a service industry. Post pandemic, the way education is handled, it has changed substantially. The delivery has changed. Ask yourself, have we changed the content? Has the content changed? Very important. National education policy, just now there was a paper presentation on national education policy, and national education policy is now operational. We have to now know and understand what are students looking for, what are teachers and the trainers are looking for, what are the institutions are looking for. All these have to undergo a new research with the perspective of business value development. You can call me next time. I will give you the fundamentals of business value development. Business value development can affect your career, can impact your business, and I have trained people from multinationals like Google's, Microsoft, Colgate Palmolive, Bank of America, right up to a small scale business in India. I have trained them, and they are performing multiple growth models after knowing business value development. Now, since your business value is developing in the new international models, we are developing a new international innovative models of education for engineering education, for MBA education, and giving the new experiences to the participants. Thank you very much. And if there are any questions, anything, I am open for it for 1 or 2 minutes. And after this, kindly leave me. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you all the participants. Wish you best of luck for your prize winning, since this is a competition. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. That was really a value-adding talk. Thank you so much for sparing your time and being here. And once again, I extremely apologize for the delay. Thank you so much, sir. Now it's feedback time.
Can I leave?
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And now it's feedback time. We would be very much pleased if the delegates would share their views regarding the conference, regarding the intellectual talks of the resource people.
Yes, madam.
Yes, yes. Yes, please
Yeah.
proceed.
Shall I give the feedback, madam?
Yes, sure, sir. Sure.
Okay. First of all, I am Dr. Jairam, and Department of Commerce in DG, the Dwarkadas Govardhan Das Vaishnav College, Chennai. Okay, it is an autonomous college, ma'am, and I like to give a feedback about the international conference. It is organized by estimate institution, and it is my privilege. It is my privilege that I'm sharing the feedback where, first of all, I need to thank one of the great madam for providing me a chance to present the paper. Because if she didn't accept it, then I would have not presented. And moreover, the first of all, I need to thank the management of the college, because as everybody know, during this, not only during this pandemic, in all the situation, for international conference, at least the minimum amount they will charge around 1,000 rupees. But this is a great institution where they are charging only 100 rupees. That is, it shows how much they are serving the society. And see, the 100 rupees whatever they charge, it is only for only they are only thinking that simply they need to pay. That's all. See, for an international conference, and first regarding the price, and second, whoever presenting the paper, they are giving an open auditorium to present the paper, and they can explore it. And I like, and there are a lot more things to speak. In simple word, it is a wonderful and very well organized international conference, 2 days of international conference. I'm very grateful for the organizing committee as well as the management of the college. Thank you. Thank you one and all, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Your
Hello, ma'am.
feedback was really very valuable to us. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello,
Sir.
ma'am.
Yes, sir.
I want to give feedback.
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Myself, Dr. Prakash Rodia, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Raisi Shahu Mahadaya, Latur. The VP Institute of Management Science and Research organized this one-day international conference on implication of COVID-19 problems and consequences. The principal of this college, Dr. R.A. Shinde sir, the professor in charge, Dr. M.A. Ali sir, Dr. Neeta Deshpande ma'am, Dr. M. Kulkarni ma'am, these and the all organizing team have taken a lot of efforts in the organizing of such type of conference in this pandemic situation. Every year, your institute organizes the conference, and myself, I am participating in your international conferences last 3 years, and also I am enjoying a lot of academic feast in each and every conference. In the base conference, I enjoyed a lot of session and gathered a lot of information on impact of COVID-19, mental health, on the NSA, on the future education, as well as on the different types of industries in our nation. So I am very much thankful to the organizing team to organize conference, and in future I hope so organization and
Sir, we have lost your voice.
so participated a huge number in and enjoyed a lot. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Your feedback really matters us a lot. Thank you so much. Yes. Any other delegate would like to give the feedback? Any other? Okay, fine. Thank you, delegates, for your heartwarming views. We really had valuable insights from you people. Thank you so much. Before we announce the best paper award, some instructions. The certificates would be mailed to your registered email ID within a week. So delegates, we request you to have patience. Just give us a week. The certificates will be mailed to your respective email ID. We assure you that all of you all who have attended this international conference would get the certificate. And the feedback will be noted in the chat box. All the delegates are requested to please fill up the feedback form.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Will we also get a physical copy of the certificate by post or something?
No, ma'am. No.
Ma'am, because this is not a webinar, so we should get the physical certificate at least because it's a conference.
You can take the print of the e-certificate which will be made to you.
But that will not look original, ma'am. That will not be the material also, and the look and feel will not be like an original certificate.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello. Yes, ma'am.
Already we had mentioned on the brochure itself, these certificates will be provided because we are also attending lot many conferences. We also get, if you taken a photo print of that certificate, it will
Okay.
look like a physical certificate. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now it's time to announce the best paper award. All presentations were really very intellectual. I think it was a tough time for the evaluators to select the best paper. Anyways, as per the rule, only one paper can be selected for the award, that is one from the teachers community and one from the students community. And now, hold your breath everyone. And best paper award for teacher community goes to student community goes to Chaitanya Jay and Mridula Chalankar.
No.
Heartiest congratulations, both of you, Chaitanya Jay and Mridula Chalankar.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so
And
much.
now it's time to announce the best paper award teacher community, and the award goes to Indraini Uthre and Dr. Geeta Kamode. Congratulations, both of you. Heartiest congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Fine. Delegates, the feedback link is floated in the chat box. All of you all are requested to fill up the feedback form. To conclude the valedictory function, I invite Professor A. Govande sir, Assistant Professor VPIMSR Sangli, to propose the word of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, all. It's my immense pleasure to propose a vote of thanks on this auspicious occasion of International Virtual Conference on Mitigation of COVID-19 Problems and Consequences. First and foremost, I thank our special guest of valedictory function, Sri Rajendra Deshpande sir, Certified Business Value Development Consultant, USA, who despite of his busy schedule, graced today's occasion and enlightened our minds. I'm very much thankful to our principal, Dr. R. Shinde sir, for his inspiring mentorship, and to Dr. M. Ali sir for his guidance. On behalf of the entire institute, I sincerely thank our chief guest, Chandrasekhar Toyak sir, Chief Risk Officer and Executive Vice President, MSDL, and guest of honor, Dr. P.M. Milge sir, Trustee, Cyber Kolhapur, for kindly accepting our invitation and gracing the inaugural function. I am thankful to the keynote speaker, Dr. Kabali sir, Faculty of Business Studies, Arab Open University, Muscat, and guest speaker, Dr. Christina Kautra ma'am, Associate Professor, College of Business, Abu Dhabi University, UAE, for their thought-provoking address and making this conference interesting and meaningful. I would like to acknowledge and thanks Dr. V.V. Padre ma'am, Sri R.A. Patil sir, Dr. R.S. Kamath madam, Dr. Kavaljit Kaur, Dr. S. Prakash, Dr. Mrs. S.S. Kulkarni ma'am, Dr. Prakash Rodia sir, Dr. S.V. Sawad ma'am for their presence, cooperation and support in enriching the conference. My sincere thanks to all the delegates for their enthusiastic participation and presenting their research papers. I take this opportunity to thank all the reviewers and technical committee members for providing their valuable comments in time and help towards the improvement of quality of papers presented in this conference. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation to Editor-in-Chief, Professor Dr. Ramnath Pawar sir, Department of Sociology, Milind College of Arts, Aurangabad, for publishing research papers in esteemed journal International Research Journal of Humanities and Interdisciplinary Studies under Shreyas Publication, Aurangabad. Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank newspaper Sakai and Lokmat for media exposure. I congratulate winners of Best Paper Award. I am also thankful to the rapporteurs, Dr. Mrs. D.S. Patil ma'am and Rajni Shinde ma'am for their dedication and well coordination. And finally, I would like to thank Dr. Renu Deshpande ma'am, organizing secretary, and entire organizing committee, team VPIMSR, for their efforts and everyone whose contribution has made this conference a successful conference. Thank you very much.
you everyone. The journey doesn't end here. We expect to continue this bond of for our upcoming conferences too. Thank you everyone, and we hope to meet again for the next year's conference. We hope that you will cooperate and you will come up with such excitement and enthusiasm for our upcoming events as well. Thank you so much. We are officially signing off. Thank you. Just a minute. Just a minute. Hello. All the delegates, thank you very much for participating in this conference. I would like to once again announce you in the next month we are organizing one more conference tied with another institution, maybe associated with VPIMSR. So please remain in the WhatsApp group. Don't leave that group. So definitely I will post whatever the updates. Okay, thank you very much. We are now officially signing off. Thanks once again for participating and presenting your papers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.